Welcome to this Saturday here on Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you throughout this 30-minute program, as well as throughout the entire card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Back at it as far as the stake schedule is concerned. We've got the 3-year-old stake for the boys sprinting in the Perryville, and then the fillies in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run sprinting 7 furlongs as well.
Good group of horses. Both.
Yeah.
Both of those fields came up ultra strong. I'm really looking forward to the Perryville. What was it, last year, the year before? Was it the first year that this race was run? We saw the likes of Nashville running it.
See, I'm confusing that race with another one because didn't he run 6 furlongs in some wickedly fast time, and this is a 7 furlong stakes race?
Yeah.
So,
you know what? What day is it? Let's hit the reset button, Scott. It is Saturday. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Perryville. Fast sprinters. Let's move on.
Let's before we jump into the Lexus Raven Run, Perryville, and the other key stakes races of the day. I didn't know what else to do there, Gabby. I apologize. Let's take a look back to yesterday. Yesterday's racing will start midway through the card. How about Dominican Pioneer, Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales at 11-1 in this route race. Keeneland graduate striking on the turf course in race number 5. So big winner circle celebration, and you see Wesley there. Is he FaceTiming somebody? I'm not sure what was going on there. Keeneland graduate in race number 7, victory formation, first-time starter. This Brad Cox and Luis Saez teaming up with this Keeneland sales graduate.
We will make it through the show today.
Yep.
And here is Sunny One getting a victory. Another nice winner for jockey James Graham. He's been riding the turf course outstandingly well. And that was for Connor Murphy as well. She was a second choice. And then finally we get 2 cocktail moments. And I thought this was an incredible ride by Corey Lannery, another Keeneland sales graduate, in that he said that she is a big filly. Sometimes she doesn't really get out of the gate. It was a slow pace. It was a small field. And he made a conscious decision, number 1, to get out of the gate and to make sure that she was forwardly placed, and it paid off. She won easily in the end. As you can see, the jockey trainer standings, Todd Pletcher with 9, Tyler Gaffleone, Luis Saez tied for first with 11.
So tight race as it tends to be here at Keeneland Racecourse, with the quality stables, barns represented each and every meets. Before we get to today's card, let's go to WKYT for the Saturday weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to Keeneland, I'll tell you, I don't know if we could get a more winning weather than the weather today. We're likely to see mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the 70s, and we'll see those horses run on by with that winning forecast. We likely get back into the 70s today. Certainly a little sunny out there, but windy as well. We likely see those temperatures get to almost the mid-70s. A dry track out there. Keep in mind the winds could be gusty at times, so make sure you hold on to your hats, drinks, and your programs, because we are in for a nice day at the races.
Penultimate Saturday of racing here at Keeneland for the fall. So come on out and join us.
I know we don't have researchers. We probably need some, but Google is our friend. And Nashville did win the Perryville back in 2020.
Was it 6 furlongs? Right? He set this track
TBD. Let's move on.
Okay,
I'll find out.
let's kick on. All right, Lexus Raven Run. We'll get to that in a second, but full card picks. 10 race card today as Gabby researches the Perryville back in 2020.
6 furlongs.
Yeah, it was 6 furlongs, so a different distance. We were both right.
Wow.
We agree starting in race 3.
Yeah, race 3 and the last race, race 10. We both are going out, hopefully, with a bang with number 7. Tough card today, though.
Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app to stay current with all of our selections. That's available on your smartphone or tablet. And then on social media, give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, same on Instagram at Keeneland, and also follow FanDuel TV at FanDuel TV on Twitter. And more importantly, download the FanDuel Plus app. You can catch Today at Keeneland each and every day by downloading the FanDuel Plus app and catch it on FanDuel Racing, formerly TVG2. So FanDuel Plus, a great resource for not only Today at Keeneland, but a lot of on-demand features, especially leading up to the Breeders' Cup World Championships right here at Keeneland Racecourse. All right, time now to jump into the Lexus Raven Run. This is the Grade 2 feature of the afternoon, and Smash Ticket 5-2 on the morning line. She ran a cracker last time out in the weather vane at Pimlico, winning by 6 1/4 lengths that day.
She's been trained by Rob Atras for the last 2 starts, and Kendrick Carmouche shipping in here. to retain the mount. She was very impressive last time out. Now, I think the biggest question is, what is the pace scenario going to look like? She is very fast, and the question is, will she be able to get, or will she get pace pressure today?
I mean, these are fast fillies. They shouldn't be too far apart down the backstretch, but the way in which she won that race, I couldn't get away from her. Smash Ticket is my top selection, 2, 8, and 5. I was looking at some speed figures earlier this morning, Thoroughgraph Big. She ran a 1. I mean, that is lengths clear of this field. Now, does she come back to that 1, or does she kind of go in between? Because even if she regresses a little bit, because it was a big move forward, she's probably still fast enough to win this race based on that figure. But we'll show you what she did at the end of September over at Pimlico in this $100,000 stakes race. I mean, at the top of the stretch, she's still got a filly right next to her, but over the course of the last quarter of a mile, she's going to extend her lead by 6 1/4 lengths. That's how far she wins this race by 109 and 4. It ends up being the final time. I mean, just a wickedly fast time for a 3-year-old filly sprinting 6 furlongs. And she's not slowing down. So if she can do this again, the extra furlong is not going to be a problem. She had her ears pricked there at the wire with Kendrick. I love the fact that Rob Atras is sticking with Kendrick Carmouche. He knows this filly, so why change things up? And it's not...
And he is so good out of the gate.
He is. Kendrick's the man. I love Kendrick. It's not as though this sort of just came out of nowhere, because she was a good filly last year as well. She ran in the Sorrento, that grade 2 at Del Mar. She was 3rd that day. She broke her maiden at Del Mar going 5/8 of a mile and won by 5. So she's had talent since really day one. Got her on top. The outside filly, Wicked Halo, she'll keep coming on. That's the one thing about this Gunrunner filly. It's Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds. They've got a big day today in these 3-year-old stakes races with their son and daughter of Gunrunner, and this being Wicked Halo, a 5-time winner from 9 starts. She's a graded stakes winner. She won the Prior S last time out. And then finally the number 5 horse, Fingal's Cave for David Donk. Interesting move bringing the New York bred filly down here. Cuts back in distance, but I respect David Donk's opinion and trust his judgment here in bringing her and getting Joel Rosario, which is another, I think, positive sign. So in the Lexus Raven Run, race number 9, 2-8-5 for me.
I think a common theme at this time of year is if you have a 3-year-old, you want to keep running them against straight 3-year-olds as long as you possibly can. So that's probably why we see a lot of New York connections shipping in for the Lexus Raven Run. Now, I hear you on the 2 Smash Ticket, and I'm glad we saw that replay. It was very visually impressive. It was. But, Scott, she went 23 for the opening quarter. That's not going to happen in a race like this.
Okay.
And Union Lake, just to put it in perspective, 21 and 4. She was dueling 21 and 4, 44 and 4 for the half. That's a full second faster pretty much every single quarter. Smash Ticket might be able to test her today and go on and win, but it is going to be a completely different scenario, and today is the acid test for her. Whereas the 8 Wicked Halo, I think she gets the right type of setup. I think those two kind of go at it on the front end. Wicked Halo gets a similar setup as she did last time out to win the grade 2 Prioress, which will take you back and show you that replay. It was a fast pace, as I mentioned. There were a couple of fillies dueling on the front end. Union Lake was part of that very fast pace, and it fell apart. Wicked Halo came to close from off of it. I just like her stretching back out to 7 furlongs. I think that's a difference maker as well. She won the Leslie's Lady back in the summer at Churchill Downs going 7/8. I mean, she ran a good race against Matarea and the 8 Bells as well. This is just a very nice filly, and I think she gets the right type of setup today. So I'll use her on top. I use the number 9 Midnight Stroll in here as well, who I think will be closing. She tried the 2-turn 7/8 last time out, and the Charlestown Oaks behind Society, who came back to win the grade 1 Cotillion with a 105 Beyer speed figure. I think the turn back in distance is going to be really interesting for Midnight Stroll moving forward. And then the 2 Smash Ticket. Of the speed horses, I think she's the classiest of all, and she probably can hang on.
Good Lexus Raven Run here in 2022. A lot of different directions in which you can go. Let's find out more about another horse in here. Let's go to Tom Leach for a thought and an interview for the Lexus Raven Run.
Eddie Connelly will saddle Lost Leaf in the grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Newcomer to your barn, what have you learned about her in the time you've had her?
Well, she's a hard-trying filly. She shows up every time, and she's won a few listed stakes so far, but she hasn't gotten any graded winnings under her plate just yet. So this is the goal, to try and win or even get placed in a graded stake while she's still running against 3-year-olds only. And this is one of the last opportunities. But I've learned quite a bit from her. She's a very straightforward filly. Not very big now, but she's well bred, and she's just an easy enough filly to get along with.
Really sharp work earlier this month, 46 and change. Was that something noteworthy to you?
Yeah, last Saturday she had a bullet of 140-something horses worked a half mile, and she went a little quicker maybe than I wanted. But she did it well within herself. So she came back and she ate up good, and she's trained fine all week. So it didn't knock her out. At the time I was worried maybe it was a little bit too quick, but no, it wasn't. It was fine.
And tell me about that last race, 4th of the Dogwood against a really good group.
Absolutely, yeah. No pace in the race. We were expecting pace, and we took her a little bit back off the pace, expecting a hot pace, but it never developed. And the winner went wire to wire, and they kind of went around there like that. Nobody passed anybody. The pace was lacking in that race, and I think that hurt us. We were 4th that day, but only beaten a length for 2nd. So it was a pretty good effort despite that.
Good luck with her.
Thank you.
It's Eddie Connelly, and he'll have Lost Leaf in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
She should be a price in there if you want to play Last Leaf or include her at least in your late race exotics in the Lexus Raven Run. Let's move on earlier to the card to the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding equivalent, the Perryville Stakes, a listed stake. And Gannett 6-5 on the morning line. You got Pinehurst in here at 20-1, Saudi Derby winner from earlier this year back in February. Artorias on the cutback in distance for Chad Brown and Juddmonte. And B-Doc of a Revolution. But Gannett, he's going to be the favorite. There's no question about it. He's just a accomplished sprinter. I mean, that's bottom line what it's been. They stretched him out one time in the Champagne, wasn't ready for that. And then since they've just allowed him to be a sprinter this year, he has given them positive results. He's made $500,000 this year from 5 starts at the age of 3. We'll take you back to his run at Churchill Downs back on the 24th of September, and he just outclassed this field. And he's gotten better this year because the horse that he beats, Conager, was a horse that handed him a defeat when you go back to an allowance race at Churchill in June earlier this year. So this colt by Gunrunner, the fact that he's here obviously is a big plus. You know, it wouldn't have been shocked if they would have opted to go towards the Breeders' Cup, but obviously Steve's got a big say in that one with Jackie's Warrior and what will be his swan song. But even when he's lost this year, he lost to Jack Christopher in the Alan Jerkins, the Grade 1 at Saratoga. And Jack Christopher, if he was in this race, he would be 1-5, right?
Yeah.
And he's going to be maybe second, third choice in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So the race goes through Gannett. That's the reality. If you're looking for alternatives, Artorias on the cutback in distance, you know, I think it's another point in which you made, trying to stay with 3-year-olds, so why not give it a shot on the turn back here at Keeneland Racecourse in the Perryville for $250,000, and then the 6-horse B-Doc, who broke his maiden here at Keeneland at this same distance and did so by 11 lengths. He cuts back. He's 2 for 2 going 7 furlongs, so you got to respect B-Doc, the son of Gormley. But it's all Gannett for me in the Perryville.
He'll be tough. I'll probably just, if you're looking at those, what is that? That kicks off the pick 5. I would use Artorias. I took a small shot against Gannett. I'd use those 2 and move along.
Is that your selection?
Well, no, I'm going to take us to a different race. I mean, that was your key race.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was your key race. I have more thoughts on the race, obviously, which we will hear later. But race 8, first level allowance race, 1 1/8 on the main track. We have a couple of scratches in there, but the one War Campaign is signed on as your 2-1 favorite. And I go to a long shot, a Neho, at 15-1 for trainer Doug O'Neill. This is a race I've found with 1 1/8. I think I've been trying to figure out the different distances here, and I think 1 1/8. You get horses in there that don't necessarily, they're kind of one-paced. I think the best 1 1/8 horses show speed, but are one-paced going 1 1/8.
Establish that.
Yes, and they just keep on going. Yep. And that's kind of what struck me about the number 11, Anejo. But on top of that, he did win last time out, which will take you to that race for trainer Doug O'Neill. This was at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting, and he got a fast pace to close into. I think that was partially the reason why he was able to win at this mile distance. But Doug O'Neill, since he got this horse just a few starts back, he had been sprinting him 7 furlongs, and he just doesn't get those paces to materialize. To me, he doesn't really have that quick turn of foot, even if you look at his races earlier this year when he was under the care of Jack Sisterson. He, to me, seems like that prototypical 1.125 horse that I want. Go to the lead, maintain, stay on, and get the victory. I just thought that this was a very tough field, tough race. I don't quite trust the One War campaign. I think he does want maybe a little bit longer of a distance than he gets at a 1.125 miles. So I'm going to take a little bit of a shot against him. Brad Cox sends out a couple in here. I guess my strongest opinion is the 11. But other than that, I think the race is wide open.
It's a good race. There's no doubt. Race number 8, late pick 4 sequence, late pick 5 involved, and obviously kicks off the late pick 3 with 10 races here this afternoon. Home field advantage. We'll go to race number 4. Now, this 4th race, a pivotal race in the sequence today. It's the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 4, 7, and 10. The 3 races that will make up that $3 Turf Pick 3. And Curly Ruth, the number 4 horse for Eddie Connelly and Green Lantern Stables, is the filly that we'll take a look at here going back to the springtime. This was her 2nd win on the turf course. She's a well-bred mare. She's by Keeneland out of the stakes-winning dam Rutharian. She's a daughter of Pulpit. And in her last 3 starts, she's run against some tough horses. I mean, she faced off against Bleecker Street when Bleecker Street was maintaining that undefeated record for Chad Brown, and that was in the Grade 3 Modesty. So that was the follow-up race to that race we just showed you here at Keeneland. So we know that she likes this turf course. She shows up just about every single time, and she's a 5-time winner from 19 starts. So you've got to give Curly Ruth a lot of credit today and expect a big run from her for Eddie Connelly and Green Lantern Stable. Let's go to our Keeneland Sales Spotlight, and we're going to take a look at race number 5. And race number 5, Catskill Humor, was hip number 1766 last year at the Keeneland September sale and brought $250,000 being sent out by Brad Cox here today.
Yeah, filly by Practical Joke, $250,000 a sales price for hip number 1766 is a half to Gozilla, who we're familiar with, trained by Steve Asmussen. He ran here at Keeneland, but more importantly, Grade 1 placed, finished 3rd in the Grade 1 Champagne. That is a very interesting race of 2-year-old fillies.
2-year races are always good here at Keeneland, so Catskill Humor, one to keep an eye on. Our Keeneland Spotlight, grad spotlight shining on her today. As far as the clock report, let's jump into it. Race number 5 is where we will begin. Race number 5, that 2-year-old filly race. Giving a nod to the number 4 horse, Twirled, for Steve Asmussen. This is a filly by Twirling Candy, who was 2nd on debut. Easy breeze 5 days ago. That tends to be the case with the final workout for the Asmussen trainees. An easy breeze just before the race. Narrow loss and a Grade 3 winner next time out. That was American Apple, who won the Grade 3 Matron on the 8th of October. And the surface switch for this filly with this barn, 22% when moving from turf to dirt. And then Arturius, local work head with Jack Christopher.
How about that nugget?
Wow. Minute flats, best of 67. Arturius.
Does that change your mind?
I'd like to see the work.
Yeah.
Because when you put these two beasts together, like Malathat and Nest, they're not going to let one just break the other's heart, right?
Yes. Did you watch that work?
Yeah.
What did you think?
I thought Malathat looked awesome.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember if Amelia was on Malathat or Nest, but whoever was on Malathat was holding her up.
She was never going to let Nest get by her.
No. That was an awesome work. If you haven't seen it, Keeneland, I think, posted it, right?
They did,
on social media. Definitely check that out. That was an incredible work by both fillies. But Malathat, I think, really putting on a show.
Yeah, it's gonna be it'll be interesting to see how the public plays that distaff, Breeders' Cup distaff between those two Todd Pletcher fillies. Let's take a look at our tickets as far as the multi-race exotics. I'll take a swing today in the Turf Pick 3, going in race number 4 with 1, 4, and 6 past the plate. A winner here at Keeneland in the past, Curly Ruth, the home field advantage mare here today, and then the number 6 horse, Park Avenue, for John Sadler, coming in from the West Coast. She's a quality filly for Hronis Racing. The 7th race, I should say, just going to single the number 2 horse, in this spot. Empress Tiger for Jonathan Thomas and the Augustin stable. Her figures are very fast in relationship to this group here today. And then in the 10th and final, I love the Maker horse. That's my top selection, the 7 horse, but then also going to utilize the 12 in the nightcap, that being Pancake House for Tom Drury Jr. I think one to keep an eye on. So an $18 investment for the all-turf pick 3, $3 minimum wager. Make sure you ask for it by name.
All right, I'm going to take us to the pick 4. Cost is $24. Race 7, I have coverage 2, 3, 11, 12. You can see I only use 3 horses in the 8th race. So the 9th race is where I do single Wicked Halo. That's how strong of opinion I have on her. And then I have coverage in the final leg of the sequence, the 1, 5, 7, and the 12. I thought that was a pretty challenging race.
$24 investment from Gabby Gaudet today. Let's get to our best angles. I'll go back to the nightcap, race number 10. Here, it's a maiden special weight event at 1 1/8 on the turf course. Push Button is 4-1 on the morning line, just showing you how wide open this race is on paper. But I like Push Button. I mean, it's as simple as that. Gonna hit it with the $50 win wager, Push Button, and we'll take you back to his debut effort at Kentucky Downs. This is on the 10th of September. For Mike Maker was 5-1 that day. Drew post position number 1 and maintained that position, kind of what we talked about. When you see horses run these even lines, when they stretch out in distance a little bit further, they tend to run a little bit better, in my opinion. So if he's able to maintain what he was able to do on this day, I think that he's got a big race in him, and they're going to change things up by adding blinkers. First-time blinkers for the Mike Maker barn for what it's worth. It's not an overly staggering statistic, 12%. But Maker, Peter Blum, Luis Saez put together a strong figure there in that race, and I think that any slight improvement will get him over the hump against this group. So 50 to win on the 7 in race number 10 to close out the day. The day.
I'm going to take us earlier in the card to the 4th race, and this is a very competitive group of allowance fillies and mares. 1 1/16 on the turf course. Park Avenue is your 2-1 favorite. That's the number 6 for trainer John Sadler. And I get it. She's going to be very tough. She has an incredible amount of speed. She's probably going to be the pace setter, but give me 12-1 on Madone all day. Love this horse today. We'll take you back to the San Clemente. This was, last summer at Del Mar. And look, she hasn't really been in great form since then. She's looking to get back on track. But I think she has so much talent, and maybe just a change of scenery, coming here to Keeneland, switching things up. Now trained by Rudolph Brisset. She's been working here at Keeneland. Sometimes change can do a horse good. And I just think she has way more talent than what she's been showing lately. Scott, she beat Going Global at 1 mile. That tells you something. Mm-hmm. I mean, Going Global is a very, very nice mare. She's gone against, some of the best. Shanti Sara, Legs Galore. There's some really nice fillies and mares that she's been competing against. And I'm not saying this is a class relief by any means, because this is a tough race. A lot of fillies are coming out of Stakes Company. I just think she might get the right type of setup. And if she can deliver her A game, that will be enough. So
I like the idea because, the horses that she has been running against,
are very good, like top of the heap.
Yeah, Legs Galore, who beat her in the Buena Vista, is an absolute speedball who just keeps on going. Going to Vegas, a Grade 1 winner. She was runner-up on that day. So when you break slow in a race with that kind of mile-type speed that she ran against in March at Santa Anita, 7 months off, change of scenery. I like the idea there. That is a good idea. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
We're going to the Todd Pletcher stable for our long shot play. You don't normally get a big price on Todd's horses, but this is a maiden winner, number 3 Gate Runner in race 8, coming into First Level Allowance Company against some more accomplished rivals. But I went back and watched the race for Gate Runner, and he was incredibly impressive. Big jump on the Beyer figure scale. And if you go back and watch this race, watch the gallop out. He rebroke and just blew away this field around the turn. So Gate Runner, I think, has taken his game to another level. If I'm right, we probably won't get 15-1, but still could be a nice long shot play for the Saturday card.
All right, side bet of the day. I've just not been doing well. There's no other way of putting it. Did I win yesterday? I did win yesterday. I didn't realize that. My horse was second, yours was 7th. All right. I thought I lost. All right, I'm back in the game.
You're back in the game. Yesterday, I think, is a turning point for you. I really
did all right yesterday, yeah. And all right, so let's get through this side bet quickly because we got some video we want to show.
Two jockeys versus two jockeys. Okay, it's Tyler and Johnny versus Saez and Flo.
Rochambeau, come on. Let's go.
Okay, but Flo, let's do whoever wins this gets Saez and Flo.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so you win.
There you go. So
you
Saez and Flo for me.
I get Tyler and Johnny.
Tyler and Johnny Velasquez. That's the jockey race. We talked about Malathat and Nest. We've got that workout. Let's go ahead and roll it. This was from just a couple of days back here at Keeneland Racecourse. That's Malathat down on the inside. That's Nest on the outside. I'm pretty sure that's Amelia on the inside with Malathat with the hammerlock on the champion filly.
Yeah, so look at this work. Right now, I would say they're pretty even, but at kind of in the middle point of the stretch, Malathat takes another hold of the bridle. I think because Nest, she can kind of feel the presence of Nest to her outside. I will say it was pretty dang even.
Yeah.
But if Amelia let her out a notch,
off she goes.
That was really impressive. And we had an interview the other day talking to Todd about that work, and he said he was actually kind of nervous to pair them up just because they are. I mean, both of them have so much heart and they're so gritty and gutsy. That's going to be a heck of a distaff. No doubt about it.
It's great stuff. Thanks, Isaac, for getting that. And if you want to watch those workouts, they are readily available through Keeneland as well. I believe on their YouTube channel is the best way to access those workouts. And thanks to the crew coming out early in the morning to capture those workouts because some of these horses coming out well before the sun even rises here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I'm excited about the Breeders' Cup. I'm starting to get excited.
Getting close. We are, 2 weeks away from Saturday?
Yeah, 2 weeks away
13 days away from Championship Friday?
Start the breakfast shows next week.
We're getting there. Gabby Gaudette, I'm Scott Hazelton. It's going to be a perfect day here on this Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse. Enjoy it. Lexus Raven Run, the Perryville Stakes, some premier 3-year-old sprinters competing today in those 2 stakes races.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes the Kentuckians Chorus to the paddock. The Kentuckians Chorus is based here in Lexington. They are part of the Barbershop Harmony Society, which has more than 800 chapters throughout the United States and Canada. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. Oh, the young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by hard times come a-knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Renee Boots with Horseman's Bookkeeping as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Renee.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes will get underway. Also the start of the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch number 6, O'Connor Sunset. Also scratch number 9, Round Ball Rock. And scratch the 11, Qualified. Again, scratch the 6, O'Connor Sunset. Scratch the 9, Round Ball Rock. And scratch the 11, Qualified. Please note, number 13, Kleptomaniac draws into the race, but the jockey is Corey Lannery. 13, Kleptomaniac draws into the race, but the jockey is Corey Lannery. Weight is okay. Overweight number 4, Westland, is 1 pound over. Number 4, Westland, the jockey, is 1 pound over. And also in that first race, contrary to the program, the 2 Riley B is a gelding. 2 Riley B is a gelding. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 1, Lady Baron, and scratch 13, Acting. That's in the second race, scratch. Number 1, Lady Baron, and scratch number 13, Acting. Third race. Scratch the 2, Lucky Smile. Scratch the 6, Aloe Inri. And scratch the 11, Island Mischief. That's in the third race. Scratch the 2, Lucky Smile. Scratch the 6, Aloe Inri. And scratch the 11, Island Mischief. Race 4 is where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins, made up today of races 4, 7, and 10. There are no changes in that fourth event. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, the Perryville. That's where the late pick 5 begins. No changes in race 6. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. In that seventh race, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Eighth race, scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge, and scratch number 12, Hippodrome. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge, and scratch number 12, Hippodrome. Please note, number 13, Kiss-A-Lot, draws into the race. The jockey, Martin Garcia. 13, Kiss-A-Lot, draws into the race. Jockey, Martin Garcia. 9th race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. No changes in race 9. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 10, Shannon Run. That'll be Albin Jimenez. Number 10, Shannon Run, the jockey, Albin Jimenez. Contrary to the program, number 12, Pancake House, is a gelding. Number 12, Pancake House, is a gelding. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker. For those of you joining us on this gorgeous afternoon here in the Bluegrass at Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky, we're in store for a phenomenal card. Penultimate Saturday of the meet. Reminder, we've got racing tomorrow, 4 days of racing next week, closing out the fall meet on Saturday before we get ready for the Breeders' Cup World Championships a week later. But the Lexus Raven Run, the Perryville, featuring 3-year-olds sprinting 7 furlongs. And boy, they've assembled some good groups here this afternoon.
We have 2 good groups of sprinters, and we'll kick it off with the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Both of these races will be at 7 furlongs on the main track. Smash Ticket is signed on as your 5-2 morning line favorite for trainer Rob Astris. They send this horse in from New York, but she has been undefeated under the care of Rob Astris. She's very fast, but you definitely want to consider the number 8 Wicked Halo for trainer Steve Asmussen, who has a complete opposite running style. She'll be closing from off of it.
One of the 2 two gun runner Winchell Thoroughbred runners today, Wicked Halo in the Lexus Raven Run, and then we go over to the Perryville for the Colton Gelding equivalent Gnights, 6 to 5 on the morning line. Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione, son of gun runner, 6 to 5. He's going to be awfully tough to beat in this race if he's able to do what he's done over the course of this season.
The biggest threat is going to be the 3 Artorias at 5 to 2 for trainer Chad Brown. He comes out of the Grade 1 Traverse where he was 6th in an 8-horse field, but now turning back from 1.25 miles to the 7 furlongs today. And word on the street is that he's been working head and head with Jack Christopher, who's possibly going to run in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's some good info from the Clock Report this morning on Today at Keeneland. 2 featured races, 10 race card, a lot to look forward to over the course of these hours here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we're 19 minutes away from the Saturday opener. We'll begin this Saturday card with the opening race, a 2-year-old maiden race. 2-year-olds in for a maiden $30,000 tag. 1 mile and 16th will be the distance, so a first wire finish. And the number 3 horse, California Twirl, is the current favorite for Brendan Walsh, dropping in class in a big way out of those tough maiden special weight races at Churchill Downs. She's a pretty clear favorite right now as it stands 3 to 2 in this big field to start the day. But she does have trouble coming out of the gate now. I get it. This is a huge class relief, and it's going to probably make all the difference. But number 1, she doesn't seem to have much speed. And 2, she doesn't really get out of the gate. That's a really bad combination, Scott, for a horse that's really such a short price favorite right now.
Mamba Forever is the number 12 horse. Kenny McPeak for Susan Moulton. Susan Moulton having a very nice meet here so far, led by, and the winner is that Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes winner. But here's another colt that's taken a drop down in class. He responded with a better effort, dropping in for the maiden $150,000 race last time out at Churchill. So we'll see how this drop here to 30 affects him.
He is another one that hasn't had good gate breaks. 2 starts back, it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was just squeezed coming out of the starting gate, and the Connections decided to add blinkers last time out. And I still think it made a little bit of a difference. I think the combination of dropping blinkers on and stretching out to 2 turns will help this horse.
The number 7 horse, the cleverly named Lead Tasso, colt by Go Sapper, Steve Asmussen, Clark Brewster, and Bloom Racing Stable, represented with this 2-year-old, going to add blinkers here today, and certainly looks like a horse that should appreciate the stretch out distance the way that he ran in that 1-turn race at Churchill Downs last time out.
He should, but he did get pretty much a ground-saving trip last time out, and I wouldn't say he closed much ground. I think the horses came back to him that day, but hopefully the blinkers on can help him take another step forward.
And then finally, the 10 horse, He's a Good Dancer for John Ennis. This is a runner that gets to 2 turns for the second time in his career. He was a runner in a 1 mile and 16th race at Churchill, 2 starts back. Didn't do much that day, but I think that this is a much kinder group for his second time going 2 turns.
Most importantly, he showed speed, Scott, at 6.5 furlongs. That was when the blinkers were put back on. It was his best move, the combination of blinkers and dropping down to the bottom. I think with the added distance today, he'll be able to be forwardly placed. And what's that common theme that we're seeing in this race? All horses that don't get out of the gate or don't have early speed. If you can find the speed in this race, I think you find the winner.
Race number 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse, 15 minutes to post. Again, starts today's early pick 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Race 1 today for 2-year-old maidens with a $30,000 claiming prize, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Double and pick 3, early pick 5 wagering. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In the opener, scratch the 6, O'Connor Sunset. Also scratch the 9, Round Ball Rock, and scratch the 11, Qualified. Again, scratch 6, O'Connor Sunset, scratch 9, Round Ball Rock, and scratch 11, Qualified. 13 draws into the race, Kleptomaniac, the jockey Corey Lannery. 13, Kleptomaniac draws into the race. Corey Lannery is the jockey. Weight is okay. Overweight, the 4 Westland, jockey 1 pound over. 4 Westland, jockey 1 pound over. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 2, Riley B is a gelding. 2, Riley B is a gelding. Post time, 6 minutes away for the first.
Now just 5 minutes away before we start this Saturday card. Couple of horses showing some nice energy when they came out, and the 5 was one of them. Connect Me, a son of Connect. Hopefully Martin Garcia can get him quickly away from the starting gates. He has not had the best breaks in his 2 starts, but I like the way that he acted when he came out with the pony, and he is currently sitting at 23-1. And the same can be said for Great Rain, the 8. He looks like a horse that maybe he can show some speed, and he's continuing to show that same sort of energy that he came through the tunnel with as well. He's 16-1 on the board right now. The son of Skip Shot, sent out by the Kentucky Derby winning trainer Eric Reed for his wife Kay Reed and Dan Considine. Good luck to all the connections here in race number 1. 4 minutes away before we start this 10-race card on this Saturday here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Westland from between horses out for the early lead. Lead Tasso is right there in the opening strides as well. And California Twirl kicks in down toward the inside. There goes California Twirl moving up for the lead. Westland right alongside, though. These two continue to go at it. Lead Tasso third out of Alcatraz is in fourth. Mamba Forever wide in fifth around the first turn. Followed by Connect Me, sixth back toward the inside. He's a Good Dancer is seventh. A break of 5 more lengths back to Riley B, eighth. Great Rain ninth. And Klimtomaniac last to the 10. On to the backstretch they go. And the lead lead battle continues. California Twirl ahead in front as they head up the backstretch from Westland in second. That first quarter, 23.82 seconds. Led Tasso settles back a length and a half off the front pair toward the outside in third. Out of Alcatraz is fourth toward the inside a half length. Connect Me is fifth between horses. Mamba Forever sixth on the outside, nearly 5 from the front. Break of 3 more. Riley B moving by to the inside of He's a Good Dancer. 5 more back to Kleptomaniac. Great Rain is last. 49.11 seconds the time for the first half mile. California Twirl with Led Tasso moving up now into second on the outside. 3/4 of a length separates the top two. Westland's had it. He's dropping back. There's Mamba Forever third. A neck just outside of Out of Alcatraz. Here is Led Tasso right alongside of California Twirl midway on the far turn. Then a break of 4 more lengths. Then back to Mamba Forever, who travels in third. A gap of 6 more lengths back to He's a Good Dancer and Connect Me moving to the outside of Out of Alcatraz. But top of the short stretch here. And it is California Twirl leading at a length and a half off the turn. Led Tasso is second. Now there's 2 lengths between the top two. Led Tasso tries to respond to the outside. Mamba Forever is in third. Connect Me is fourth. He's a Good Dancer than Out of Alcatraz. California Twirl has the lead in deep stretch as Mamba Forever goes to second. But it is California Twirl, Ricardo Santana Jr., to take the opener. Mamba Forever was across the line in second, and then Connect Me in third, and Kleptomaniac rallied up for fourth.
Six to 5 favorite gets it done. He had some company with Led Tasso, but Led Tasso starts to get wary, and he's able to go on with it. California Twirl, Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer Brendan Walsh.
We said whoever found themselves forwardly placed or on the lead was likely going to win this race, and this horse just completely showed a new dimension and showing more speed, and that making all the difference on the drop in class. The 12 challenged late, but ran out of real estate coming down the stretch. It's going to be the 3, the winner on top at 6 to 5, 3-12-5 across the board for today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, California Twirl was first. Number 12, Mamba Forever second. Number 5, Connect Me third. And number 13, Kleptomaniac fourth. 3-12-5-13, unofficial. He entered the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race. Number 3, California Twirl, owned by Craig Singer, who bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Brendan Walsh. Ricardo Santana Jr. is the jockey. California Twirl, a 2-year-old son of California Chrome out of Twirl Girl by Twirling Candy. Results still unofficial. And the results are now official for Keeneland's first race. 3:12.513, the official results. 149.11, 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also start of the early pick 4. In the second race, scratch number 1, Lady Baron, scratch number 13, Acting. Again, scratch the 1, Lady Baron, and scratch 13, Acting. Third race, scratch the 2, Lucky Smile, scratch the 6, Aloe Henry, and scratch 11, Island Mischief. That's in the third race, scratch 2, Lucky Smile, scratch 6, Aloe Henry, scratch 11, Island Mischief. Fourth race, no changes at this time. Race 5, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course.
16 minutes from race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse. These are 2-year-old maiden fillies, a maiden $150,000 claiming event. Does start the early pick 4 here at Keeneland on this Saturday card, 50-cent minimum wager, and right now 3-1 favorite Valiant Praise in this event. We're going to go to the 9, though. I've got on top in my selections, that's Frigid Lady for Mike Maker. Claimed this horse last time out at Churchill Downs. Horse that was running on late. I think the added furlong for this filly to work with will be a plus. Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity. Also, Maker adding blinkers to this filly here in her 5th start. I'll take 9-2 all day on Frigid Lady here in race number 2.
Seems like a very good price on this filly, who I think has a big shot in here as well, Scott. Stretching it out a little bit in distance to 7 furlongs, I don't think should be any bit of an issue. She looked like she ran out of real estate last time out, and the blinkers going on to, I think, make her maybe be a little bit more competitive, because she made this nice move closing from off the pace and just couldn't get it done last time out at 67 cents to the dollar. So new connections and blinkers going on. Maybe Frigid Lady can get over the hump here.
Royal Dame is the 8. She's 5-1. There she is with her trainer Eddie Connelly, a daughter of Bolt Doro, who didn't have the easiest of breaks from the starting gate on debut, but had post position number 1, and that only starts, so getting off the rail, big plus for this Bolt Doro filly.
Exactly. With that start, first time starting 2-year-olds, they can be a little bit unpredictable, but especially coming out of the gate. And if something goes awry coming out of the starting gate from the rail post position, really all hope is lost. So a better post today, hopefully a better break, and I think she is capable of doing more, Scott. I think she was pretty live first time out, as she only went off at 6-1.
Flower Dew, the 12, shockingly 34-1. I mean, this is a massive price on a filly who's taken a big drop down in class from those maiden special weight races. She was bet in her first few races between Ellis and Kentucky Downs. Blinkers go on. They're not completely giving up on this filly by running her for maiden 150,000. They could have dropped her down even further, which I think is an encouraging sign for these connections.
Well, she didn't really pick up her feet last time out, Scott, but this is a big drop in class, even if you look at her race last time out just alone, and that'll definitely help her. But I also think the blinkers on will help her, an outside post position. All those things will help move her forward for trainer Steve Margolis.
And then Valiant Praise getting some more distance in this one-turn dirt affair. Looks like it could be a positive move for her. The number 3 horse for Kenny McPeak, with Brian Hernandez Jr. getting the call.
I picked her second, and in some ways I do think that she's the filly to beat, because she ran the best race against Maiden Special Weight Company last time out. She only lost by a neck, and now she still takes a drop in class to the $150,000 level. If you look at fillies in their last race, what races they come out of, she's definitely the fastest, and that way I think she is the one to beat, Scott.
Race number 2 here at Keeneland, 13 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering featured here. Main track is fast, 7 furlongs for this maiden claiming race. 2-year-old fillies claiming price of $150,000. Scratch the 1, Lady Baron. Also scratch 13, Acting. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Two-year-old fillies heading out for their warm-up for race number 2, as we'll take you to the number 2, who is second up in that warm-up on the first turn here at Keeneland. That's Queen Anne's Revenge for Fleury Racing Stable, daughter of midshipman for Brad Cox. She's taking a drop in class, changing things up, moving over to dirt. She looks nice out there. Good price at 4-1. Has to contend with the inside draw, though, with the scratch of the number 1 horse. We'll see how she fares as she moves over to dirt. But she looks phenomenal out there under Florent Giroux in the black and white silks of Fleury Racing. The number 8 horse is Royal Dame for Eddie Connelly. Another one that looks nice. Like the energy that she showed out there. Daughter of Bolt Doro. Luis Saez in the saddle. 5-1 on the tote board right now for race number 2. And then one out from her will be Frigid Lady for trainer Mike Maker. Blinkers being added to the daughter of Frosted. First off the claim, making a nice appearance out here in this maiden $150,000 group. 2-year-olds will be going 7/8 out of the chute here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck. Start of the pick four. Pick four pool just shy of $100,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. They are at the post. And they're off. Weehawken broke alertly. Tis Now Mama is right there. Mischievous Gal moves up from the outside to press the issue as well. Tis Now Mama to the lead. Mischievous Gal is right there. Do It kicks in between Horses, and Valiant Praise is fourth down toward the inside. Less than a length off the early lead as they head up the backstretch. Frigid Lady is there between Horses in fifth. Flower Dew sixth up on the outside. Queen Anne's Revenge is seventh. Weehawken, who had broken alertly, is now dropping back to the eighth position as they head for the far turn. Royal Dame is back there in ninth. Run and Gun is in 10th. Inspector Penny last of the 11, 23.48 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Mischievous Gal from the outside puts ahead in front. Tis Now Mama fights back to the inside. These two go at it for the lead. Gap of 2. Frigid Lady moves up from between horses into third. Flower Dew is fourth on her outside. Do It has lost some ground in fifth. Valiant Praise is now sixth, with Weehawken outside of that one. Valiant Praise trying to thread the needle through traffic, moves a lane off the rail, moves back to the inside, still 5 from the front. Mischievous Gal, the leader, off the far turn. Frigid Lady right alongside. Here's Frigid Lady to challenge Mischievous Gal. Then a break of 5 more lengths. Weehawken, Valiant Praise still back there in fourth. 1/8 of a mile to go. Frigid Lady puts ahead in front. Mischievous Gal fights on to the inside. Final furlong, Frigid Lady with the lead, nursing the lead by a half length with a 16th to go. It is Frigid Lady. Gerardo Corrales now kicking clear to win it. Mischievous Gal will be home in second. Queen Anne's Revenge made a late rally to grab third, and then Valiant Praise back toward the inside fourth.
Frigid Lady, her form stayed true here today. She ran back to that last race in which she was claimed for 50,000. Added blinkers, a little bit more ground to work with here today, paying off at odds of 7-1.
And she had more follow-through today, Scott. First off, the claim for trainer Mike Maker and the addition of blinkers probably made all the difference, because it was just she and the 11, Mischievous Gal, that first-time starter coming out in the stretch, but she had the courage to go past her and draw off in the end by a couple of lengths by the time she hit the finish line. Nice price winner at 7-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 9, Frigid Lady first. The 11, Mischievous Gal second. Number 2, Queen Anne's Revenge third. And number 3, Valiant Praise fourth. 9, 11, 2, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 9, Frigid Lady, owned by Chase and Dream Stable of Jeffrey Colombo, trained by Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Frigid Lady, 2-year-old filly by Frosted out of Flin Flon by Smoke Black, and bred in Kentucky by Jeanette Racing, LLC. The time for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.49. Results are official for Keeneland's second race, 9-11-2-3 official. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Karen Bowens of the MAP Foundation Incorporated is honored to accept a donation of $5,000 from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, CEO and President, and from Lexus of Lexington, represented by Matt Agosto. This donation will benefit the Woodhill Community Center, which will provide a safe and enriching environment for children, teens, and families involved in Lexington Leadership Foundation's Urban Impact Initiative to experience academic, arts, and athletic opportunities. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 2, Lucky Smile. Scratch number 6, Aloe Enry. And scratch the 11, Island Mischief. Again, scratch 2, Lucky Smile. Scratch 6, Aloe Enry. And scratch 11, Island Mischief. No changes in the fourth race. Race 5, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 20 feet on the turf course.
Race number 3 is a maiden $75,000 claiming event, 3 and up. The age restriction, scratch 2, 6, and 11. And the 4 horses right now, the 3-2 favorite. There he is. Bet he's ready for trainer Steve Asmussen. Drops in class here today, going 6 furlongs. Comes out of some live runs live races, I should say, over at the fairgrounds. So coming off of a 7-month layoff, dropping in for $75,000. We'll see how he fares. And Steve Asmussen, we trust, or at least I do in this situation, with Tyler Gaffleone getting the opportunity to ride this more than ready colt.
Yeah, the biggest question is he ready off that question, or off that long layoff? And the betting public is betting that he is ready off that long layoff, and just a big drop in class. This horse ran against tough company last time out at the fairgrounds. You look at stats with Steve Asmussen bringing horses back off this type of a layoff, especially sprinting on the dirt, and they're solid. Scott, I think his class will prevail today.
Derivative is the number 1 horse. That's where we'll move to next. Adam Beschizza for Mark Casse. Adam rode this colt last out at Churchill Downs. In fact, he's ridden him in all 4 of his career starts. But last time out with that drop in for $75,000, much better efforts, and perhaps the dirt is something that he's wanted all along.
Maybe it won't make a difference in the end, but I was going to pick this horse on top, but I wasn't crazy about the rail post position considering the other speed in here. The 3, Insolito, is posted just to his outside. The 4, Bet He's Ready, is probably going to be fresh off the layoff. And this horse ran really well last time out, but he kind of had the advantage of his post position, whereas today the target's on his back if they decide to go.
The 10-horse Yolo Santiago is currently sitting at 14-1. A lot of changes here. Blinkers off. He gets Lasix for the first time. Somebody tried to claim him in his last race, but that claim was voided for maiden 30 11 months ago. So I find it positive that John Ennis is opting to run him for $75,000 versus going back to that maiden 30 level. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's the idea that I have with the number 10 horse, making him my 3rd selection.
It is interesting that they gave him so much time and then they step him back up in class at the $75,000 level, and he didn't run a bad race last time out. Even back in November of last year. He is one, too, that might be forcing the pace issue early.
Stand for Freedom is the 7-horse, 6-1 on the American Freedom colt. Blinkers go on, drops in class out of nothing but maiden special weight races, and we'll see how he fares in this move down.
His first race was against horses like Actuator, who turned out to be a very nice horse for Michael McCarthy, winner of the grade 3 winner on the dirt, excuse me. So he has actually gone against some really tough competition against the maiden special weight company. And my thought is, if everything falls apart on the front end, this horse is going to be closing late.
Race number 3 on this Saturday card. Maiden $75,000 claimers, double exacta trifecta, another rolling pick 3, and dime superfecta wagering available here at Keeneland.
Equipment adjustment in the paddock. Riders up will be coming up in just a few moments. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, $75,000 the claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track, doubled and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 2, Lucky Smile. Also scratch the 6, Aloe Enry. And scratch 11, Island Mischief. Post time coming up in about 3 minutes.
Start with the one horse here front side. That is Derivative for Gabe Grossberg, and a runner for Mark Cassie. Was recently second for $75,000, warming up right now with Adam Beschizza.
Yeah, I was curious to see what this horse looked like on track today, because he might be up against it from a pace standpoint. He showed speed last time out. He'll likely show speed once again today, but he's on the inside of all the speed types. But he has the size, Scott, to tell me that he can take a little bit of early pressure and maybe prevail. I thought he looked great on the track today.
Stand for Freedom. This is the number 7 runner. 6-1 on the tote board. There he is on the other side of the pony with blinkers on for the first time in his racing career.
The biggest thing for him, for me, is whether or not when we get closer to post time, if this horse starts to get a little heated. If he doesn't, I like him even more. The blinkers on have made him really sharp, but it's important to not, cross the line, Scott. You want to be sharp, but you don't want to have that nervous energy, and he's borderline right now.
And then the 8-horse Nimrods for Dale Romans. He was the first to break away from the post parade. They were eager to get him into his warm-up with Joe Talamo.
I always like to see strong warm-ups like this with first-time starters. It just gets their nervous energy out of their system. This is all new to them, especially when we're talking about an older, a 3-year-old, not necessarily a 2-year-old first-time starter. I love to see that. Hopefully he can hit the ground running once the gates open.
This is race number 3 at Keeneland Racecourse. 6 furlongs the distance, 2 2-1 shots, including the 1 Derivative, as well as the number 4, Bet He's Ready.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Bet He's Ready. And You Make Me Happy. Yolo Santiago far outside. These three come to the front. You Make Me Happy has a head in front. Yolo Santiago there up on the outside. Bet He's Ready, third down toward the inside. Insolito is away running in fourth. Supremely is in fifth. Nimrod's sixth up on the far outside, caught wide, heading onto the far turn. Derivative further back is in the seventh position. And Stand for Freedom alongside that one in eighth. 22.69 seconds the time for the opening quarter. You Make Me Happy has the lead around the far turn, 3/4 of a length to Yolo Santiago. Now, Bet He's Ready has lost two positions down toward the inside. Supremely moves up from the outside. Bet He's Ready is now starting to rally back up the rail. Fourth to third to second, now changing lanes between horses, but You Make Me Happy is the leader by a length off the far turn. Bet He's Ready comes to the outside. Supremely is in third. Insolito is fourth back toward the inside. Bet He's Ready coming after You Make Me Happy, who still has the lead, though. You Make Me Happy leads it by almost a full length. Now Bet He's Ready takes aim yet another time. Supremely tries to join them, but still third. You Make Me Happy leads it a half length. Bet He's Ready, then Supremely. You Make Me Happy. Bet He's Ready. You Make Me Happy wins it by a head.
You Make Me Happy at 6-1, involved in the battle with one of the favorites, Bet He's Ready, late in here. He took that position away going into the first turn, and that was key. The four re-rallied, but could never reel in You Make Me Happy, the eventual winner at 6-1.
Now, this horse was dead game down on the inside. You Make Me Happy. He actually competed against Maiden $50,000 company last time out at Keeneland. That was on the 8th of October. He wheeled back off short rest, stepping up in class, getting the victory and pulling off the slight upset over the heavy favorite at 6-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 5, You Make Me Happy, was first. Number 4, Bet He's Ready, was second. Number 9, Supremely, third. Number 7, Stand for Freedom, fourth. 5-4-9-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the official winner, number 5, You Make Me Happy. The winner owned and trained by Trudy Vino with Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. You Make Me Happy, 3-year-old son of Firing Line out of War Alert by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Arnold Zetcher LLC and Crestwood Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.33 seconds. Results are official, 5-4-9-7, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 7, and 10. Turf is firm today, the rail at 20 feet, no changes in this fourth event. Looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. No changes in race 6. No changes in the 7th, other than the fact the also eligibles did not draw in. So remember, in the 7th race, take out 13 through 16. The also eligibles did not draw into the race. Going ahead then and looking at race 8. In race 8, scratch number 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch the 12 Hippodrome. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch the 12 Hippodrome. 13 Kiss-A-Lot draws in, jockey Martin Garcia. 13 Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race, Martin Garcia, the jockey. No changes in the Lexus Raven Run, race 9. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. 10th race, number 10, Shannon Run, jockey Albin Jimenez. Contrary to the program, the 12 Pancake House is a gelding. 12 Pancake House a gelding.
Race number 4 will move over to the turf course here for this event. And also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 7, and the nightcap race 10. 4, 7, 10 sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 beginning here in 18 minutes. Curly Ruth is on your screen right now. Curly Ruth for Green Lantern Stables, a Keeneland graduate from back in 2018 at that September sale, and she's been worth the investment. This mare has made over $344,000. She loves it here at Keeneland Racecourse. She's won 5 of 19. She's very well bred. She's by Curlin from the stakes-winning First Am Rutharian. We'll see if she can add to her tally here at Keeneland Racecourse. Last time she raced here was in April. She's had a very good trip right off the pace and kicked on to win by 3/4 of a length. Currently sitting as the 2-1 co-favorite in this event.
Yeah, when I talked to Eddie Connelly earlier today, he did say that he thought that she can find herself a little bit more forwardly placed here at Keeneland, and that really can make all the difference. If you look at a race when she won at Keeneland back in the spring, she was just a length off the pace, and she went on to win that race at 8-1. In this particular race, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of early speed, Scott. The 6 Park Avenue, she kind of looks like the clear-cut lone speed. So the fact that Curly Ruth does happen to find herself forwardly placed at Keeneland, I think, is a big, big advantage.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take long to find these two fillies to hook up as we move over to Park Avenue for Horonis Racing. Trainer John Sadler, Joel Rosario gets the opportunity here today. Comes out of some difficult races out at Del Mar on the West Coast. John Sadler having a busy day today as we saw Flightline putting in his final workout at Santa Anita before coming this way to prepare for the Breeders' Cup Classic. So we wish John the best here in this 4th race as he'll be watching from Southern California. But running against Avenue de France and Going Global and Going to Vegas, those are some stout mares that she ran against in those 2 graded stakes races at Del Mar.
They are, and I think it can make a world of difference, too, when a horse, what distance they run at, especially when they have early speed, whether it's a mile or a mile and a 16th or a further distance than that. You really have to be fast in order to win at a mile on the turf, in my opinion, and she did that. She has a lot of speed. I won't be surprised if she takes the field gate to wire today.
Madone, the number 7 horse, what version of this Vancouver filly will we get? Because she's graded stakes winner more than a few times. Stakes wins in Southern California. Venue change, circuit change, LASIX, time off. A lot of things for her to, a lot of questions, I should say, for her to answer as she sits at 9-1 on the board.
She has gone against some really top caliber fillies and mares in her career, one of them being Shanti Sara. We're talking about grade 1 winners, even going global. She beat Going Global in her most recent victory back at Del Mar last year. Now, I know she tailed off in the beginning of this season. They've given her some time, regrouped. Now Rudy Brisset has her, but if she can deliver her A game, which I'm not sure that she can, I don't know that, Scott, but if she can win this race. She has a tremendous amount of class.
It's a pivotal race for her in her racing career and what these connections opt to do moving forward with Madone. Past the plate, the one, another horse for course here at Keeneland. She's 4 for 4 in the money, 3 third-place finishes as well as a win, and she was 3rd behind Curly Ruth in that April 14th victory back here at Keeneland Racecourse. And also, speaking of running against tough customers, she ran against Bleecker Street in the Grade 3 Modesty in her last race 5 months ago.
Right. All of these fillies and mares in here have a lot of class, and she definitely is one of them. She comes out of that 1 1/8 race on Derby weekend in the Grade 3 Modesty, but she does have some really nice races here at Keeneland, including a 3rd behind Curly Ruth. Now, is she good enough to turn the tables on a horse like Curly Ruth or others in here? Maybe not, but we're talking about an 8-1 shot that really does try, especially here at Keeneland, and I think one to definitely consider if you're looking to play those exacta or trifectas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She is a player for the top 3, top 4, even if you want to push out to a superfecta, those dime wagers here at Keeneland. 14 minutes away from the 4th race. Once again, first turf race of the day, first of 3, which means this begins the $3 Turf Pick 3 at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air Allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering also started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 7, and 10. No changes in this fourth event. Post time at 5 minutes.
Such a good-looking group of fillies here. Really tough to sort through them and point towards one, but we're going to take a look at a few of them as they warm up. Past the plate, coming out with just such elegance as she warms up past the winner's circle right now in front of us, in front of the grandstand. Nice to see her ears pricked off this 5-month layoff. Looks ready to roll for Paul McGee, the mare that we've talked about, who likes it here so much at Keeneland. 4 for 4 in the money with that victory. The number 3 horse, Flippant, the gray daughter of Tappet for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. She came out with arguably the most energy for what it's worth, and there she is with the pony. So like to see how Flippant has transitioned from the paddock side over here to the front side. She was a recent winner of the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Stakes over at Horseshoe Indianapolis 3 back, and she comes out of some tough competition as well. But good energy with the gray filly, Flippant, daughter of Tappet. And then Sembo Just is the 5 horse at 19 to 1. Like the look of this filly. She's trying the grass for the 6th time in her career. She's never won on the turf. In fact, she's never finished in the top 3 on the grass course, but they give it a go again here today with Julian Leperoux in the saddle, and she's won 2 races this year, including a stakes victory at Horseshoe Indianapolis back at the beginning of July. But an interesting spotting by the connections of the 5 Sembo Just. 2 minutes to post, race number 4, beginning of the all-turf pick 3, $3 minimum wager here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Dare, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Sambla Juice between horses. Curly Ruth to her inside. There goes Park Avenue to their outside. Park Avenue now moves up and takes the lead. Olivia of the Desert going to move forward to challenge for the second position. Curly Ruth quickly gets over next to the rail in third. Sambla Juice backs off into the fourth position into the first turn, followed by You Like Dis in fifth. Madone is sixth on her outside. Past the Plate is in seventh, and Flippant last of the eighth, but right there with the rest as they move around the first turn. Park Avenue against the rail leads it by a length and a half. The opening quarter, 23.46 seconds. Park Avenue, the leader by a length. Olivia of the Desert toward the outside is second by a length. Headed up the backstretch, Curly Ruth is now in third by 3/4 of a length, followed by Sambla Juice, who's fourth up on the outside, and then You Like Dis, who's fifth, just to the inside of Madone, who travels in sixth, 5 lengths off the lead, and then Flippant is right behind her and past the Plate at the rail as they head for the far turn after an opening half mile in 48.1 seconds. Back up front, Park Avenue, the leader. Park Avenue leads at 3/4 of a length. Olivia of the Desert is second, the same margin, and then Curly Ruth, third down toward the inside by a length, followed by Sambla Juice. Madone has to go wide to the far turn, moves up from fifth into fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. You Like Dis is fifth down to her inside, and now Madone is trying to pick up the leaders. Going to have to go wider still at the quarter pole, though, and the leader is still Park Avenue, as Olivia of the Desert is second. Madone still has work to do. She's third. You Like Dis fourth. Curly Ruth is in behind horses in fifth as they straighten away for home. Olivia of the Desert leads at Madone, and now Curly Ruth finding room between that pair, and still Park Avenue fights on to the inside. Olivia of the Desert, Park Avenue, Madone, Curly Ruth past the Plate, needs running room down toward the inside. Past the Plate is getting through late, and past the Plate finds the opening, gets through, and wins it for Joe Talamo.
Boy, oh boy, what a move from this Temple City mare's second lifetime victory here at Keeneland Racecourse. She was not fast away from the starting gate whatsoever, but in this late stage, she's got that hole to work with, and she's going to take advantage of it and split horses right now and go on to win this one at 6-1 past the Plate.
What a gutsy ride by Joe Talamo, and actually a very good ride because he saved ground throughout with this filly's late closing kick. That was key. A little hole opened up, and he mustered his way through that opening to get up for the victory by a half length. Heard trainer Paul McGee telling me before the race that she fires when she's fresh. This was her first race in about 5 months or so, and she sure fired at 6-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 1, Past the Plate, was first. Number 4, Curly Ruth, was second. Number 6, Park Avenue, was third. Number 8, Olivia of the Desert, fourth. 1, 4, 6, 8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air, number 1, Past the Plate, owned by Silverton Hill of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Paul McGee, Joe Talamo the jockey. Past the Plate, 5-year-old mare by Temple City, out-of-pocket gift by Great Notion, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill. Mile and 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.58 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official, 1-4-6-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Wild Air Trophy presentation to the connections of number 1, Past the Plate. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast. Turf is firm. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 6 has no changes at this time. Race 7, seventh race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw in. That's the seventh race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Eighth event, scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge. That's the eighth event, scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge. Also scratch number 12, Hippodrome. Scratch the 12, Hippodrome. A reminder, number 13, Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race. Martine Garcia, the jockey. 13, Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race. Martine Garcia, the jockey. Featured ninth race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run has no changes. 10th and final event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. That's the 10th race, number 10 Shannon Run, jockey Albin Jimenez. And a reminder, the 12 Pancake House is a gelding. Contrary to the program, 12 Pancake House is a gelding.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse starts today's pick 6. 2-year-old maiden fillies, maiden special weight, $100,000 purse, and 6.5 furlongs will be the distance for this group of young 2-year-olds. I'll go to the 12-horse Eyes of Gold for Larry Demerit. Coming into this race off of 4 races so far, stretches out to 6.5 furlongs. Fitness is needed in these 6.5 furlong races, and this filly absolutely should be. She's been going at it since June as far as racing, and had a race just a month ago at Churchill Downs. So I'll lean on the fitness angle on the 12 horse at 7-1 with Rafael Bejarano.
She definitely has the most race experience compared to any other filly in this field. She has 4 career starts, and really this race only has first-time starters or second-time starters. So yes, I think not only the fitness but experience. When you are led over here in the afternoon and you get that education, Scott, that really does go a long way.
Let's go to the 3-horse, a first-time starter. She's Fancy, well-bred filly by Uncle Mo. It's from a stakes-placed Tap at First Dam. Johnny Velasquez for Graham Motion, been training up at Fairhill to come down here for the Keeneland debut.
I just looked at her pedigree. Uncle Mo, she's out of Tapestry. The mare was graded stakes placed on the turf. Definitely has a pedigree that could go either way, whether it be dirt or turf. We see Uncle Mo's, they're fine on the dirt. But the bottom side, the female family, they've been good on the turf. So I am curious to see what this filly is made of. But the Graham Motion barn is really clicking this meet.
Let's go over to the favorite, Twirled, the number 4 horse. This one for Steve Asmussen, a filly by Twirling Candy. Put together a strong debut at Kentucky Downs. Had the lead, battled, finished second, beaten just a nose. The filly that beat her that day would come out of there and win the Grade 3 Matron Stakes earlier this month. So a live race, and she's trying dirt here today. Daughter of Twirling Candy, a stallion that can get you dirt and turf runners alike.
But this filly does have a really nice turf pedigree, and that's honestly the only reason why I took a slight shot against her in this race. But look, she was very live first time out. She ran very well. As you mentioned, the winner went on to win a Grade 3 on the turf at Aqueduct. So there are a lot of things to like, but I guess the question is, will she progress or regress now with the surface change going from turf to dirt?
Poblano, the 1-horse, 6-1. This is a filly by Curlin, AP Indy First Dam. She's a half-sister to Avery Island, a stakes winner. This is a Godolphin homebred, such great pedigrees from Sheikh Mohammed's worldwide operation Godolphin. We'll see how she fares today as she makes her debut.
I've always really liked this family, kind of spicy the First Dam. She was 2 for 2. She had a very shortened career, but she looked like she had an immense amount of talent. And then, as you mentioned, this Curlin filly, is a half-sister to Avery Island, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, won the Withers. Most of the siblings, too, out of the First Dam, won early, so I think that's significant.
Good race to start the pick 6. Race number 5 as we approach the midway point on this 10-race card here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. 2-year-old fillies, maidens, double, pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. No carryover for the pick 6. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 5, just 6 minutes from post.
Taking a look at the one-horse Poblano, the daughter of Curlin out of kind of spicy half-sister to Avery Island. Looks like the real deal out there on the racetrack when she came through the tunnel and in the warm-up there with Harley on the other side of Harley for Godolphin. 5-1, a good price on Poblano, making her debut here for Brendan Walsh. Brendan looking for a second win today in the first half of this Keeneland card. The number 4 horse Twirled continues to be the favorite at 2-1. Part of the Clocker report this morning on today at Keeneland. Has had 2 workouts locally here at Keeneland on the 9th of October, and then a maintenance easy work in 49-1 on the 17th of October, but is the favorite based on that debut effort coming off the turf course here today to run on the dirt, off of that turf run, I should say, at Kentucky Downs. And then the 9-horse Jakey, the daughter of More Spirit, $100,000 Keeneland September sales graduate from last year's September sale by More Spirit, Grade 1 winner who stands for just $5,000. So we saw this yesterday in a 2-year-old race, a stallion with a modest stud fee able to produce a nice debut winner. That was from a 2-year-old sale though, but this is a yearling that was purchased for $100,000 from the first crop of More Spirit. Not a bad looking filly as she makes her debut. She's 32 to run right now for Andrew McKeever, who does well with first-time starters. 19% winners first time out, and in maiden special weight company when he debuts runners, 27% winners with a massive return on investment of $6.67. So look out for the 9 at 32-1. This barn can strike with a big price horse on debut in maiden special weight company. Good luck. Race 5 coming up next at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. She's Fancy was off a step slowly. Not the case for Twirled. Twirled's right out for the lead. Twirled comes to the front. Gavin Nera there to the outside in the opening strides as well. Ruthless Rua moves up the inside from third. Eyes of Gold fourth far outside. Jaiki moves up from fifth to fourth to challenge for third now. Puffin is away running in the sixth position. Amber Cascade is seventh. She's Fancy moves up in eighth between horses. Poblano moves up one position from ninth to her inside. Fearless Fib is in the 10th position. Lily's for Billy is next to last around the far turn. And Catskill Humor, last of the 12, 22.57 seconds for the opening quarter. Twirled is the leader. Twirled leads it by a length around the turn. Gavinera goes second by 2 lengths. Ruthless Rua third a half length. Jaiki is next, fourth up on the outside. Still 5 lengths from the lead, though. Amber Cascade goes fifth, swings out to the center of the track, top of the stretch, and then Eyes of Gold puff in. Poblano back toward the rail. Twirled is the leader. Twirled comes into the stretch, out toward the center of the track, but has the lead clear by 5 lengths. Poblano's trying to come up the inside to challenge Ruthless Rua for the second spot as they move to the final furlong, but it's Twirled and Joel Rosario in the final furlong with a 5-length lead. Poblano is in second position, Eyes of Gold, then Ruthless Rua. It is all Twirled. Twirled just moves on and glides to the wire victorious. Twirled in front. Be a battle for second. Be close for second, either Poblano or Eyes of Gold for that runner-up spot.
Goes one better here today in her second career start. Twirled bet down to odds of 9-5. As straightforward as it gets. She took it to him early, and nobody was able to get close in the end as she breaks her maiden here today under Joel Rosario.
And this filly really won this race so easily in the end. Look at her stride. Look at her confidence coming down the stretch. It's a big gap between this winning performance and the second place finisher. It's going to be close for second, but I do think the one Poblana gets up for second, but we'll get you those official results in just a moment. But it's all about the winner, 4 at 9-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 4, Twirled, was first. Number 1, Poblano, was second. Number 12, Eyes of Gold, was third. And number 3, She's Fancy, finished fourth. 4-1-12-3, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 4-1-12-3, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Shamrock Glen, number 4, Twirled, owned by Scott Dilworth, Randy Andrews, and Susan Andrews, trained by Steve Asmussen. Joel Rosario is the jockey. Twirled, a 2-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Key Doro by Medallia Doro, bred in Kentucky by LLP Performance Horse LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.6 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Shamrock Glen trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Twirled. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Upcoming sixth race, the Perryville Stakes, no changes in race 6. Looking ahead to the seventh race, a reminder in the seventh event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Eighth event, scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge, and scratch the 12, Hippodrome. That's the eighth race, scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge, and scratch the 12, Hippodrome. A reminder, number 13, Kiss a Lot, draws into the race, jockey Martin Garcia. 13 Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race. Jockey Martin Garcia. Featured 9th race, Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run has no changes. The 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. That's the 10th race, number 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez, the jockey. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 12, Pancake House is a gelding. Number 12, Pancake House is a gelding.
First of two stakes races on the Saturday card, the Perryville Stakes, 7 furlongs for the 3-year-old colts and geldings. $250,000 purse. We're 19 minutes to post. Gnight opening up as the odds-on favorite at odds of 3 to 5 right now. The number 8 runner from Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffleone, colt by Gun Runner from that brilliant first crop of the Horse of the Year, Gun Runner. If he runs his race, he's going to be ultra tough to beat here in the Perryville.
He looks as good as his form would suggest, Scott. My goodness, he looks fantastic today. He's just dappled. He looks incredibly fit coming into today. Healthy coat, good energy, and just walking with the utmost confidence here in the paddock. And he is coming in off of that big score last time out, but obviously earlier this year when the Grade 2 Amsterdam over the course of the summer at Saratoga. He is the horse to beat. I can't even say anything about it, and he keeps getting better and better. I guess the question is, can Artorias take a step forward and give him a run for the money? But on paper, on past performances, he is simply the horse to beat.
Artorias is the second choice. He's 3 to 1 right now. This is a nicely bred Juddmonte colt by Arrogate, 2-time winner. Both of those wins coming up in New York, one going a 1-turn mile at Belmont Park, and then in the Keeneland Stakes, the restricted Keeneland Stakes at Saratoga. Couldn't hang in the Grade 1 Travers Stakes, which was taken by Epicenter for Winchell Thoroughbreds, but Artorias on the cutback and distance is interesting. And as we heard on the clock report this morning on Today at Keeneland, he was working heads up with Jack Christopher, one of the leading contenders for the Breeders' Cup out of the Chad Brown barn.
When you look at his past races, Scott, I watched each and every single one of his past 4 efforts, and I would say that his most impressive race was in the Keeneland 2 starts back at Saratoga. So that makes sense to go ahead and tackle, company in the Grade 1 Travers and try to stretch him out to 1.25 miles. But even looking at him as a physical, it does kind of look like he might be limited in terms of the distance. So now turning back in distance, I think he's setting himself up for a big race today. Whether or not that's good enough, we'll see, but I think he could be, a main factor here at 1-turn distances moving forward.
B-Doc is the number 6. He's 10 to 1 for Doug O'Neill. This horse has been here for some time and, in fact, been on the East Coast for some time for an operation that primarily races out of Southern California, but a colt that likes it here at Keeneland. He broke his maiden by 11 lengths during the springtime here at Keeneland, and since then would go on and win another 7 furlong race at Ellis Park, and they threw him into the deep end of the pool in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby in his most recent start. So he cuts back to a distance that he's 2 for 2 at, and shows up at Keeneland, a place in which we know that he likes.
Yeah, and those races at 7 furlongs have been very impressive. I am curious to see what kind of trip he gets. He could be one to stalk the early leaders, but B-Doc, I still think he needs to deliver his best in order to, compete with a horse like the 8 Gunnet. I will say, though, you can give him the benefit of the doubt for his last race, Scott. When you go back and watch the replay, he broke flat-footed. This horse was not prepared when the gates opened, and that's why he found himself so far back.
Again, 2 stakes races today. It begins with race at number 6. Also beginning here, the late pick 5, the Perryville Stakes, is up next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 14th running of the Perryville Stakes. 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3 and late pick 5 wagering here. No changes in race 6. Post time at 8 minutes. Parading to the post for race 6, the Perryville. Number 1, Hoist the Gold, owned by Dream Team 1 Racing Stable of James Culver, trained by Dallas Stewart. Jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 2, Provocateur, owned by My Racehorse of Michael Behrens, owned also by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher. Jockey Luis Saez. 3, Artorias, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown. Jockey Florent Giroux. 4, Pinehurst, owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, owned also by Robert Masterson and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, John Velasquez to ride. 5, Friar Lawrence, owned by Andrew Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Kendrick Carmouche. 6, B Doc, owned by Joseph Bessaker and West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley. Doug O'Neill, the trainer, Joel Rosario, the jockey. 7, Of a Revolution, owned by Bassett Stables of Taylor Bassett, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned by Wonder Stables of Joe Laurie, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Gerardo Corrales will ride. And 8, Gunite, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. The Perryville in 6 minutes.
There is a look at Artorias, the son of Arrogate, out of the Go Sapper Stakes winning first day, and Paula's Silver Lining. I was just speaking to Garrett O'Rourke of Juddmont, asking why the cutback in distance. He said they tried the longer distances, but obviously the first day, Paula's Silver Lining, a grade 1 winner at 7 furlongs. So perhaps this is just what this colt needs to do, is in these one-turn sprint type races.
Yeah, when you look at him physically, Scott, it kind of makes sense. I don't want to use the term short-coupled because that's not how I would use to describe him, but he is built much like Gunite. He's just kind of low to the ground. He doesn't have much leg to him. He is just incredibly athletic. He looks like a prototypical kind of middle distance, maybe even one-turn horse. He looks great, and I love this move with this horse. I think this is a bargain at 7-2.
It is not a bad price whatsoever. There's the number 5 horse. That's Friar Lawrence. He's a big price. He's 40-1, but I liked his attitude down in the paddock. Just the way that he was carrying himself. Obviously, his races suggest that he's really got to step up his game if he wants to go with the likes of Gunite and Artorias. But from a looks perspective, I like the way that he was acting, his attitude, the son of violence, a Keeneland September sales graduate.
I agree with you, Scott. He is a horse that holds a lot of condition, it looks like, but he just looks like a very happy horse, and he is dappled. He has a good, rich, healthy coat. Outside of the 2 favorites, I agree with you. I thought he looked incredible today.
And then we'll go to Gunite 3-5 for Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen. He just walked around the paddock and walked out here like he knows he's good. Yeah. He's got that type of attitude, and just a cool customer who obviously has had a lot of seasoning over an 11-race campaign thus far.
He walks like a panther, doesn't he? He just kind of throws his front legs out in front of him and has so much confidence about himself. I'm not going to argue with anybody who says this is the horse to beat. He clearly is the horse to beat. He's running consistently faster than the rest of this field. We'll see what kind of show he can put on today.
4 minutes before the first of 2 stakes races this Saturday at Keeneland, the Perryville Stakes comes up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 14th running of the Perryville Stakes, start of the late pick 5. Your attention, please, in Keeneland's 6th race, late scratch, scratch number 4, Pinehurst. Late scratch. Scratch number 4, Pinehurst. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. Horses are moving into line for race 6, the Perryville. They are at the post. And they're off in the Perryville. There goes Provocateur right out for the lead. Friar Lawrence, Gunite up on the outside of a Revolution. Also has early speed. Gunite of a Revolution, Provocateur to their inside. Provocateur moves up, puts ahead in front of a Revolution, goes second between horses. Gunite content to travel in third position here early on up the backstretch. Then a break of 2 lengths back to Hoist the Gold, who is fourth down toward the inside. Friar Lawrence backs away into fifth. Arturius is next to last into the far turn, and B-Doc is at the back. The opening quarter, 22.38 seconds. Provocateur, the leader of a Revolution, right alongside. Gunite third, a length off the front pair to the far outside around the far turn. And then Hoist the Gold, who's back toward the inside, in fourth. Friar Lawrence, Arturius between horses. B-Doc wide at the back as they round the turn. Back up front, Provocateur of a Revolution go at it for the lead. Gunite third, now starts to move up toward their outside. Hoist the Gold looks toward the inside. B-Doc swings out to the center of the track, still 5 lengths from the lead. Arturius next to last. Friar Lawrence at the back. Gunite strides forward, and Gunite has the lead off the turn. Hoist the Gold goes to second. 3 lengths separate the top two. Hoist the Gold trying to come after Gunite. 1/8 of a mile to go. Gunite has the lead. Hoist the Gold is second. 1.5 lengths separate the top two. Now the margin at 2 lengths. Now out to 2.5. Gunite on his way to victory. It is Gunite and Tyler Gaffalione to win the Perryville. It's going to be Hoist the Gold home second. B-Doc across the line third. Arturius finished in fourth. 1 minute 23.21 seconds.
As advertised, Gunite showing up once again here in the Perryville Stakes. An impressive open-length victory. At this point, looked like the 25-1 shot, the one Hoist the Gold, was going to be able to come alongside of him, but he digs deep and finds more and extends that lead, levels off, and look how low he gets to the ground with that head carriage here for Winchell Thoroughbreds.
I was never scared at any point in time that this horse was going to lose the race, Scott. He just has so much confidence. Tyler Gaffalione also rode him with so much confidence. He was just so much the best today and ran to his looks, ran to his odds, wins the Perryville at 3-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 8, Gunite, was first. Number 1, Hoist the Gold, second. Number 6, B-Doc, was third. Number 3, Arturius, was fourth. 8163, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's sixth race official, 8163. The official results in the winner's circle for the Perryville number 8 Gunite. Owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, who goes back-to-back on the card. The winning jockey aboard Gunite is Tyler Gaffalione. Gunite, a 3-year-old son of Gun Runner, out of Simple Surprise by Cowboy Cal, bred in Kentucky by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.21 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Perryville Stakes, Hunter and Jennifer Bates present to the connections of number 8, Gunite.
Good night, Dazzles. As expected in the Perryville Stakes here at Keeneland, trainer Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione joined me. He makes it look so easy, Tyler. How easy was that victory for him?
It was very easy for him. He's a very talented colt. I'm just so blessed to be able to ride him. I can't thank Steve and Mr. Winchell enough for this opportunity. Very special horse.
What was the approach today? Same as usual?
I had a great post, just kind of help him get out there, get him underneath himself, and he does the rest.
Well done.
Thank you.
Steve, he's a gorgeous horse. He's got such a great attitude. How would you describe what he has done on the racetrack in such a short period of time over these last couple of years?
Yeah, just beautiful consistency. He's performed at the highest level and continues to impress. I thought you said it best in the paddock. He carries himself like he can do this. He's got a confidence. He accepts what's happening and does it extremely well.
The Breeders' Cup is in 14 days. How will you weigh the options of whether or not you would bring him back to compete in a race like the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
Well, this was the first test, how he handles Keeneland. I thought he ran really well. He was very comfortable, looked great over the racetrack. Now it'll all be about how he comes back. But we have until Monday to decide.
Well, congratulations on this one. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good night. Very impressive. The son of Gun Runner in the Perryville Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. The turf is firm today, the rail at 20 feet. In the 7th race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. 8th event, scratch number 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch the 12 Hippodrome. That's in the 8th event, scratch number 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch the 12 Hippodrome. A reminder, number 13, Kiss-A-Lot, draws into the race. Martin Garcia, the jockey. 13, Kiss-A-Lot, draws into the race. Martin Garcia, the jockey. Featured 9th race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run has no changes. 10th and final event, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. 10th race, number 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez, the jockey. And a reminder, contrary to the program, 12 Pancake House is a gelding. 12 Pancake House, a gelding.
Race number 7 here at Keeneland Racecourse will begin the late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, and it's a second-level allowance condition for turf sprinters, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Empress Tigress, 2-1 right now. She ran a giant race last time out in defeat behind Poppy Flower at Saratoga and Stakes Company. She won a stake earlier this summer at Saratoga as well. So you've got to respect this filly. I certainly do. She likes to sit just off the pace and pull off victories in that fashion. So Johnny Velasquez, Jonathan Thomas, Augustin Stable, they've got the one to beat according to the wagering, and in my opinion, that's Empress Tigress.
And she'll be tough. She's a typical turf sprinter that has so much natural speed, Scott. Even when she debuted, she found herself forwardly placed on the synthetic up at Woodbine and went off to draw away from the field by 6 lengths. Now, in the Galway last time out at Saratoga, she lost to Poppy Flower, but the time before in the Coronation Cup, she beat Poppy Flower. So it was just kind of a back and forth between those two types of fillies. But I think her best attribute is the way she runs. She always puts herself in the race, and she usually works out a perfect trip because of that natural speed.
Always Late is the 12 outside draw for this Animal Kingdom filly. She was 3rd in her most recent start. She likes to close, come from further out of it than what the 2 will, and she was runner-up 2 starts back at Saratoga to a nice turf sprinter in Spicy Marg. So respecting that form that she's held in her last few, and Joelle Rosario gets the opportunity to ride her. She's right now 3-1 second choice.
Yeah, she's getting bet. I just like the fact that Joelle Rosario hops back aboard her, because I thought he actually rode her very well last time out. Unfortunately, she had to swing very wide. She was about 7 wide. She lost a little bit of ground, and that might have cost her the win. And it's maybe a fair argument to say that maybe she wants a little bit further than 5.5 furlongs or 5 furlongs. I think 6.5 was really on her wheelhouse last time out, in her wheelhouse, excuse me. But I think she gets the pace to close into. And I, again, love that Joelle's back aboard her, because he can time the right move on these closing sprinters.
Touch of Class is the 9. She's getting some support, 9-1 right now for this gray daughter of Mizzen Mast. James Graham on the turf. That's been an angle that you've got to follow here this fall at Keeneland Racecourse. And I think the cutback to 5.5 is going to be a huge plus for this filly. She should be within reach of the favorite early on in this race.
Well, look at when Bernie Flint had her in the beginning of her career earlier last year, Scott. She was sprinting on the turf, and those were some of her best performances. So I agree with you. The cutback and distance, I think that she is very live here. I know I didn't use her in my top 3, but I would reconsider it.
And then the number 3 horse, Storm Kiss. Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity to ride for Wesley Ward with this daughter of Quality Road. 5-1 in a turf sprint at Keeneland. Feels like 15-1 in all reality when it's a Wesley Ward sprinter on turf. So we'll see what she's made of. She might have to step up her game to go with the likes of Empress Tigress, but you would expect an aggressive ride early on from this filly.
I think she might be a little bit faster than Empress Tigress. She might be able to break sharply and get out to the front end. And to me, the speed in this race is a 3 Storm Kiss and the 2 Empress Tigress. And when you have 2 clear-cut speeds, bet one of them. They're probably going to win. This is a very nice price on a Wesley Ward runner.
Really good race, top to bottom, 12 minutes to post. Started the late pick 4, race 7, Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford Farm. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Post time at 5 minutes.
There's a look at the favorite, the chestnut daughter of Classic Empire, that champion Classic Empire, Empress Tigress. Jonathan Thomas, her conditioner, telling me she's just a straightforward filly, quick away from the gate, likes to engage early on in the race. I asked him if he felt that she would be setting the pace, or Wesley's filly, Storm Kiss, the 3 would be. He says that's up to Johnny Velasquez. That's the luxury of having a Hall of Fame rider, and we very well know that. He'll make the right move. He'll read the break and figure out what to do with this filly, Empress Tigress.
I can remember Wesley Ward saying the same thing when I asked him one time about what's the tactic here. He said, I'm not going to tell Johnny Velasquez what to do. So we'll see. I think he judges the break, and he'll either track her speed or go straight to the lead. But Empress Tigress does look the part here on the track as the heavy favorite.
Muse, the number 4 horse, Luis Saez in the saddle. She's going to need a quick pace, right, in order to spring this upset at 28-1?
Yeah, but I actually kind of like her coming in fresh. She's a filly that has a lot of energy on the track. She looks pretty fit coming in off that layoff. Again, we haven't seen her since the 29th of May. And sometimes with these turf sprinters, when they have long campaigns, as she has in the course of the past year and a half or so, a little time off can do them well. And maybe this is a filly to look out for.
Touch of class, the number 9 horse, 10-1, the gray filly that will go back to a James Graham in the saddle. You just have to, I think, respect her more than anything. She is more than capable of at least picking up a piece of this race, returning to the sprint distance of 5.5 furlongs.
I actually really like her demeanor today, Scott. I've seen her a couple times before in the past, but she just looks like she has a lot of confidence on the track. She seems really bright. I think she's going to outrun her odds today at 10-1.
2 minutes to race number 7. Start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland. Pool over $224,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford Farm, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Solid Tune for the lead. Storm Kiss right there. Empress Tigress now moves up. Empress Tigress and Storm Kiss, Minute Waltz third toward their inside. Solid Tune drops back. Mused moves by into fourth. Artos moves up a close fifth. Solid Tune drops back into the sixth position as they head for the far turn. Touch of Class, seventh on the outside. Honor That is in eighth. Thunder Love outward from the rail is in ninth. Sarah Mia is 10th. Gap of 5 more lengths. Twirling Savvy and Always Late is last of the 12. 21.44 seconds as they round the far turn after that opening quarter. And up front, Empress Tigress leading Storm Kiss only by a half length. Minute Waltz is third, down to the inside. Mused is fourth. Artos a wide fifth. Touch of Class has to swing way out to the outside center of the course in the sixth position. Coming to the final furlong, Empress Tigress has the lead. Storm Kiss right there. Minute Waltz tries to move up the inside. And then here comes Mused again from the outside. Touch of Class. Touch of Class. Touch of Class rolling by to win it for James Graham.
There it is, James Graham again with a price horse on the turf. The Gray Filly finishing strong. Touch of Class, rallying from off the pace and really doing it with ease as she runs down the favorite who ran her race, the 2 Empress Tigress. But it's Touch of Class for Bernie Flynn.
You could see the favorite in Empress Tigress kind of swap over to the wrong lead late. She looked like she was just getting really tired. She did all the dirty work on the front end, but no other horse was closing outside of the number 9, Touch of Class. She had to swing very wide to find herself the right path coming down the stretch. But in James Graham on the turf, we trust. Congratulations to Connections. A nice price at 13-1.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 9, Touch of Class, first; number 2, Empress Tigress, second; number 8, Twirling Savvy, third; number 1, Minute Waltz, fourth. 9281 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford Farm. Number 9, Touch of Class, owned by LTB Incorporated of Terry and Bernie Flint, owned also by Ron Hillerich Racing Incorporated of Ron Hillerich. Bernie Flint, the trainer. James Graham, the jockey. Touch of Class, a 4-year-old filly by Mizzenmast out of Abbeville Miss by Grand Slam, bred in Kentucky by LTB Incorporated. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.4 seconds. The results are official for Keeneland's 7th race. 9281 official. In the winner's circle, the Milford Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of number 9, Touch of Class. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is fast. In the 8th race, scratch number 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch the 12 Hippodrome. Again, scratch 8 Tallahatchie Bridge and scratch 12 Hippodrome. A reminder, 13 Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race. Martin Garcia rides. 13 Kiss-A-Lot draws into the race. Martin Garcia, the jockey. Featured 9th, the Lexus Raven Run, has no changes. 10th and final race. Take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Jockey change number 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. That's race 10, number 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez, the jockey. Contrary to the program, number 12, Pancake House, is a gelding. Number 12, Pancake House, a gelding.
Race number 8, first level allowance condition, 1 mile, 1/8 on the main track, which is fast here this afternoon. $110,000 purse, stakes quality field as you would expect at this level. The number 1 horse is 7-2. That makes him the favorites right now in the Wagering. War Campaign for Phil Simms. Hope by Declaration of War, who has been stakes placed in his last 2 starts, one at Churchill and then traveled to FanDuel Racing and was runner-up behind the Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in the St. Louis Derby, who would exit the St. Louis Derby and win the Oklahoma Derby. So he's been running against some stiff competition, and I think this is certainly a level for him that he can handle with the eligibility still at the first level here today, first level condition.
The only problem is he finds himself so far off the pace, and sometimes that doesn't really translate to 1 1/8 here at Keeneland. You kind of want to have a forward position, but the one thing about it is Corey Lannery, he figured it out yesterday, at least with the likes of Cocktail Moments, where it was a slow pace, he was on a closer, and he just timed the move right so that she wasn't too far off of it. So I think with this rail post, we might see a similar situation play out with War Campaign.
Anejo, the 11 horse, 6-1 right now for Calumet Farm. This is a New York bred coming here to Kentucky off of a win at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting. What led you in the direction of this Ridgeling by Freud?
I think he's going to be forwardly placed, and I actually think he'll be better going longer distances like this 1 1/8. I think he'll be forwardly placed. He might not make the lead, but he will be forwardly placed. And you know, when he won last time out, Scott, he had a fast pace to close into, but if you look at some of his other one-turn races, he's so pace-dependent. He really doesn't have that quick turn of foot, and in my mind, he runs like a horse that wants to stretch back out to 2 turns.
We'll go to the full horse, Tis Ride Time for Tom Vanberg, a horse that was recently 3rd at the 1 1/8 distance at Churchill Downs earlier this month at Churchill before we kicked off this Keeneland fall meet. So comes back relatively quickly, and I'm sure part of the motivation is just having the opportunity to run a horse like this at this level, at this distance on dirt here in Kentucky.
He has run 22 times before in the past, only has won 3 races, Scott, and he's made over $227,000 because he is a constant check getter. He always delivers. These are the types of horses that you love to have in the barn.
Gate Runner, the 3 horse, 8-1 right now. Colt by Arrogate, $500,000 plus purchase at the September sale in 2020 by Rapoli Stable in St. Elias, and he finally broke through at 1 1/4, the classic distance of 1 1/4 at Churchill Downs, so he's going to step back in trip here today. He ran 1 1/8 up at the Spa at Saratoga and was 4th in a field of 6.
I think 1 1/8 might be too short for him. He probably is a horse that just wants to run all day, and he got everything to go his way last time out at 1 1/4.
Higginson is the 5, and he is 6-1 Coast second choice right now. Higginson, a Curlin Colt, bred by Godolphin, and good pedigree here, as you would expect. Able to rally from well off of it in, I shouldn't say well off of it, but pretty far off of it in that 1-turn mile event at Churchill Downs.
I didn't know what to do with the 2 Brad Cox horses. Ultimately, I landed on Higgins, although Film Star, the 6, actually has been running faster figures. And Florent Giroux, who was aboard Higgins last time out, opts to go to Film Star, the number 6 horse. But that actually proved to be a pretty productive race that the 5 Higgins comes out of. He beat a horse by the name of Call Me Fast. He came back to win at Keeneland with a hugely improved speed figure. He got an 87 Beyer speed figure, and this horse closed into that fast pace first time out. I don't know. I think he has some precocity and some natural talent, and I guess the betting public agrees with me. They can't separate these 2 Brad Cox horses on the board, both at 6-1.
Competitive race, 13 minutes to post. Race 8 at Keeneland starts today's late pick 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 8, Tallahatchie Bridge. Also scratch number 12, Hippodrome. A reminder, number 13, Kiss-A-Lot, draws into the race the jockey Martin Garcia. Post time, 6 minutes.
Race number 8, warming up on the track, 4 minutes to post. There's War Campaign. Just click down to 2-1 in the win pool wagering, and this colt just looks awesome. I think that all you need to say or sum it up as he warms up past this going the wrong way. It's not a declaration of war. Phil Sims and his team, they've got him looking as good as you can have a horse looking of his stature.
He is really pulling Corey Lannery right now. Get tight on. This horse just broke away from the pony and is getting a good stiff warm-up in today. But, yes, I mean, this horse just looks fantastic on the track, Scott.
Gate Runner, the number 3 horse. As we go to the number 6, that is Film Star for Brad Cox. This a Gary and Mary West owned colt. They paid quite a bit of money for him back at the September sale here at Keeneland back in 2020. So this will be the first time he goes past a mile. He broke his maiden in the mud going 8 furlongs.
I don't know what to make of this horse, but I think he might be a little bit sneaky in a race like this, Scott. When I looked at his races, and even when you look at him as a physical, He looks like maybe the shorter the better, but sometimes we see these horses that look like they're capable of shorter distances. They stretch out to a mile, especially if they have speed, as he does. They stretch out to a mile and an eighth. They get loose on the front end, and it's all said and done from there. If that's the case, if he gets out on the front end by himself, he might be able to pull this off at 8-1, and we'll all be kicking ourselves saying, what just happened? It's a Brad Cox runner.
Yeah, that is a good price on this kind of competition as far as where he's at and where he's coming from and stepping up and trip. We're going to go further to the outside in here to the number 13 runner. And 10-1 right now on this 13 runner, Kiss a Lot. Martin Garcia picks up the mount on the son of Fort Larned. He's proven at the distance. He won a starter allowance race going a mile and an eighth, just 2 starts back in late July.
I think this horse is being sorely ignored, probably just because he draws in off the AE and maybe because of the rider change. Obviously, Tyler Gaffleon was going to be named if he drew in on the race, but he opts for the 5 Higgins in here. But the 13 Kiss a Lot, Scott, he finished second in a grade 3 last time out. He went gate to wire at a mile and 8 this distance, 2 starts back. I think he's live at 10-1.
And then we'll close it out with Tom Leach's long shot play of the day from today at Keeneland. That is the number 3 gate runner, Arrogate Colt, mile and a quarter. As we've said, will a mile and an eighth maybe be an eighth of a mile too short? We'll find out. 2 minutes to post. This is race 8 at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill. They are at the post. And they're off. The Prince's Spur comes out for the lead. So does Strong Quality, though, and so does Sea Falls. Sea Falls and Strong Quality come to the front. The Prince's Spur is third. Gate Runner comes away in fourth as they head for the first turn. Kiss a Lot is fifth up on the outside. War Campaign is sixth. Higginson alongside that one in seventh. Film Star 3 wide, moving up from eighth. Anejo is back toward the back of the pack, wide in the ninth position. And then Tis Right Time is 10th down toward the inside. Declare the Moon, 11th alongside that one, 23.95 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Sea Falls, the leader, onto the back stretch. Strong Quality goes second. A length separates the top two now as the Princess Spur goes third. Kiss a Lot goes fourth. Gate Runner fifth in between horses. Anejo sixth up on the outside, 3.5 lengths off the lead. War Campaign is seventh and is down toward the inside of horses, just over 4 lengths from the front. Film Star alongside that one. Tis Right Time. Higginson come next, and then Declare the Moon, opening half mile in 48.91 seconds. Sea Falls is the leader. Strong Quality is second. Anejo going to be 4 wide. Kiss a Lot going to be 3 wide into the far turn. Both a length off the lead, although Anejo moving up now. There goes Anejo, hits another gear, goes from fourth to third to second midway on the far turn, up to put a head in front, but Strong Quality is right there to the inside of that one around the turn. Sea Falls drops back. The Princess Spur goes to third. War Campaign is moving from fifth, coming off the rail, but 6 lengths off the lead. Anejo, Strong Quality go at it for the top spot. The Princess Spur tries to join them from third position. War Campaign is in fourth. Film Star is in the fifth position. Tis Right Time is going to try to run late down toward the inside. The Princess Spur has the lead. Tis Right Time is coming up the inside. The Princess Spur, Tis Right Time, Strong Quality between them. Tis Right Time just keeps moving up the rail. Rafael Bejarano and Tis Right Time to win it. The Princess Spur was second. Strong Quality third. Gate Runner fourth.
It was all about who is going to flourish at this distance, and as these horses made moves around the turn, they're pushed all in, but there is still a lot of race left, and it starts to hit them right between the ears, and you see these horses coming from off the pace, hitting their best stride, and Tis Right Time with a handy move down on the inside with Rafael Bejarano to pick up the win for Chicken Fried Racing and Tom Vanberg.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick pace, all considering this particular distance, and the pace setters started to crumble mid-stretch. It was all down to some of these closers, and the one that got the best trip of all down on the inside, the ground-saving trip, was the 4 Tis Right Time, for a nice price of 9-1 over the 2, who was 25-1.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 4, Tis Right Time, was first. Number 2, The Princess Spur, was second. Number 10, Strong Quality, third. Number 3, Gate Runner, fourth. 4-2-10-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill, number 4, Tis Rye Time, owned by Chicken Fried Racing LLC of trainer Tom Van Berg. 2 wins today for jockey Rafael Bejarano. Results are now official for the 8th race. Tis Rye Time, the official winner, a 5-year-old gelded son of Tisnow, out of Shannon Nicole by Majestic Warrior, bred in Kentucky by Sierra Farm. 9 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 52.64 seconds. 4-2-10-3, the official results for race 8. In the winner's circle, the Whisper Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Tis Rye Time. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 24th running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Track is fast, no changes in race 9. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. That's the 10th race, number 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez, the jockey. Contrary to the program, 12 Pancake House is a gelding. Number 12, Pancake House, a gelding. Fast track, firm turf.
This is the Saturday feature, Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run for the 3-year-old fillies, going 7 furlongs on the main track. And the number 2 horse, Smash Ticket, 4-1 right now in the wagering. This is a Midnight Loot filly, Kentucky bred by Brad King, who also co-owns this filly. She's won her last 3. She's 4 of 6 lifetime as far as wins, 6 for 6 in the money. And she comes off of a sizzling performance at Pimlico Racecourse in the Weather Vane Stakes on the 24th of September. If she can run back to that, I think she'll be tough. And this is a great price on Smash Ticket.
The only problem that I had with her, Scott, and she is a very, very nice filly, she set some pretty moderate fractions last time out in the Weather Vane at Pimlico. 23 flat for the opening quarter and then 45-2 for the half. I think this group of fillies is going to be much, much faster, including the filly just to her inside and the number 1 Union Lake. So she might have some company on the front end, and she had everything go her way last time out. She went gate to wire uncontested. Today might be different, especially at a longer distance. This is going to be the acid test for her today. She's never faced this caliber of competition before.
Let's go over to the number 8 horse. That is Wicked Halo, as Winchell Thoroughbred Steve Asmussen and jockey Tyler Gaffione looked to sweep the Saturday Stakes. Gannett was sensational in the Perryville. This is a filly also by Gunrunner. She's done some phenomenal things over the course of her career. She's riding a 3-race win streak, recent winner of the Grade 2 Prioress. We know that she'll just keep coming at him late. There's no doubt that 7 furlongs is well within her wheelhouse.
She loves 7 furlongs. She won the Leslie's Lady back in June at Churchill Downs, but more importantly, it's how the pace can develop. She had a very fast pace to close into last time out when she won the Grade 2 Prioress. That pace, obviously, Union Lake was involved in, and I think that it's going to be a quick pace at 7 furlongs once again today, and she'll get the perfect setup, and she has the class to prevail.
The 9 is Midnight Stroll. She is currently 6-1, drawn furthest to the outside in this 9-horse field. Not this time, filly. Winner of the Delaware Oaks. She ran behind Society in the Grade 3 Charlestown Oaks. 7 furlongs at Charlestown, keep in mind, is a 2-turn event. So she's back to 1 turning for the first time since she won a state-bred stakes race at Tampa Bay Downs on the 27th of March.
Well, look at her lone defeats this season, dating back to February when she broke her maiden. She did not get a good trip in the Black-Eyed Susan. She found herself lengths from off the pace. She had a brutal trip that day, but she came back to win the Delaware Oaks in her next start. And then last time out, she was defeated by Society, who went on to win a Grade 1 and got a 105 by her speed figure for her victory in the Cotillion. I do like the fact that they stick with this distance. Obviously, it's a different configuration, Charlestown versus here, the Bull Ring versus Keeneland. But she's another one. I just think Wicked Halo and Midnight Stroll are going to be the two that are kind of going to be picking up the pieces late here.
And Fingal's Cave is where we'll close out paddock side commentary. She's 5-2, getting plenty of support. She's unbeaten in 4 starts. She's won between 6 furlongs on upwards of 1 1/8 miles at Saratoga in the Fleet Indian, so she'll cut back to 7 furlongs here today.
I kind of overlooked her, Scott, and I'm regretting that. Yeah, she has serious form, and I think she really proved her talents against Open Company when she won that allowance race at Saratoga. Otherwise, her other 3 races, her other 3 wins have been against New York bred company. But credit to David Donk for picking out this spot and trying her against Graded Stakes Company. It looks like she couldn't be doing any better up at Belmont. Her works have been very fast, including her most recent work on the 16th of October in 59 and won the best out of 42 that day. I am curious to see where she fits in terms of the flow of the race. I don't think that she needs the lead, though. She could probably sit a tracking trip behind those 2 speedsters to the inside.
The wonderful renewal of the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run featured event, race 9, 11 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 24th running of the Lexus Raven Run. Grade 2 stakes for 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9. Post time in less than 4 minutes. Now the post parade for the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2. Number 1 is Union Lake, owned by Stephen Schoenfeld, trained by John Terranova. John Velasquez is the jockey. Number 2, Smash Ticket, owned by Brad King, Stan Kirby, Suzanne Kirby, and Barbara Coleman. Trained by Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche to ride. 3, Republique, owned by John and Diane Fradkin, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. The jockey is Julian Leperoux. Number 4, Last Leaf, owned by Monarch Stables Incorporated, of Frank Bertolino, trained by Eddie Connelly, jockey Martin Garcia. Number 5, Fingal's Cave, owned by Alifife Racing of Alistair Fife, trained by David Donk. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 6, Colorful Mischief, owned by St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Gerardo Corrales. Number 7, Freedom Speaks, owned by the Reitman Stables of Carol Reitman, trained by Jeremiah Engelhart, Florent Giroux to ride. Number 8, Wicked Halo, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. And number 9, Midnight Stroll, is owned by the Gatsa Stables of Mike Gatsa's R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III and Stephen Schoenfeld, trained by John Terranova, Luis Saez, the jockey. Post time at 2 minutes.
Just 1 minute to post before the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Smash Ticket. Her odds keep going up and down and up and down. They're just 4-1, now down to 7-2. Rob Atras telling me in the paddock that after that performance, they targeted this race. You got to like the way that she's looking with her ears pricked, looking off to the right there with Kendrick Carmouche. And he said what we talked about, the way that she finished that race really gave him a lot of encouragement, that Pimlico Stakes win in her most recent start.
She did finish very well. It'll be up to Kendrick to see how much he can kind of keep in the tank to get this added distance to 7 furlongs. She was feeling very feisty walking through the tunnel and down the horse path. It seemed like Kendrick Carmouche was having a lot of fun on her back today. We'll see what she can do, but she does look great, Scott.
Yeah, I love how she's just taking it all in right now. Let's go to the 8-horse Wicked Halo, Gunrunner filly, gray filly, big long tail on her in the sun here at Keeneland Racecourse. She is the current favorite at odds of 2-1.
Steve Asmussen takes a lot of time in bringing horses in the afternoon, bringing horses over in the afternoon and schooling them in the afternoons and the mornings. And you can tell the difference between those who have done this before and who are mentally prepared and those who haven't. There are a lot of fillies on the track right now. They have a lot of class, but there's a lot going on today. And sometimes that can rattle them a little bit. With her, she has just maintained her composure, her class, and that goes a long way in a race like this.
They put the work in. That's the bottom line. And it doesn't matter if it's a grade 1 or a claiming race. There's the 9-horse, 5-1 on Midnight Stroll for John Terranova, coming off that Charlestown run. What did you see from this, not this time, filly when she came out on the track?
She was another filly. Look, the 8 and the 9 in here, in Midnight Stroll and Wicked Halo, they, to me, had the best composure walking out to the track. It looked like that they had done this time and time and time before in the past. Nothing was really rattling them. So I would say, you know, my preference would be the 8 Wicked Halo, but I loved how the 9 was behaving this afternoon.
Should be a good one. Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. They're quickly approaching the starting gate for the featured event.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 24th running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Horses moving into line for the featured 9th. They are at the post.
Hold on, boss. Hold on. I'm not ready. Hold on. I got you, man. I got you. Hold on. We're good.
And they're off in the Lexus Raven Run. There goes Smash Ticket right out for the early lead. Smash Ticket immediately to the front. Freedom Speaks is right there toward the outside as they head up the backstretch. Wicked Halo comes away in third. Republic is away running in the fourth position. Union Lake fifth down toward the inside. Midnight Stroll is sixth up on the outside. Last Leaf is in seventh. Colorful Mischief is in eighth as they head toward the far turn. Fingal's Cave is going to drop out to the back of the pack now as they enter the turn and is running about 9 lengths off the lead. Back up front, though, it is Smash Ticket on top. The opening quarter went in 22.73 seconds. And it is Smash Ticket joined by Freedom Speaks. Wicked Halo far outside. Midnight Stroll in fourth position. Union Lake is fifth down toward the inside. Last Leaf, Colorful Mischief, who's still 8 lengths off the lead against the rail around the far turn. Republic and Fingal's Cave is last as they move for the top of the stretch. Wicked Halo, Midnight Stroll outside of that when Freedom Speaks 1 lane off the rail, and still Smash Ticket there toward the inside as they turn for home. Last Leaf is fifth out in the center of the racetrack. Wicked Halo kicks on with the lead now. Midnight Stroll goes to second. Final furlong of the Lexus Raven Run. Wicked Halo has the lead out to 4 lengths. Moving by the 16th pole, it is Wicked Halo, Tyler Gaffalione. A late run from Fingal's Cave down to the inside, but well behind Wicked Halo, who wins the Lexus Raven Run Stakes. Close for second, either Fingal's Cave or Midnight Stroll in 1 minute 24.3 seconds.
What a performance from this daughter of Gunrunner, Wicked Halo, given the sweep to Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, and Tyler Gaffalione. They take the Perryville with Gnight, and his stablemate comes over and runs almost an identical race to what he did in the Perryville.
Oh my gosh, and this was a beautiful ride by Tyler Gaffalione, because this filly can sometimes find herself a little bit farther off the pace, and he put her in the perfect position. He sensed the pace. He had 2 fillies down to his inside, and they kind of faded off the screen, and he just had way more left in the tank to get an easy victory here in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run at 5-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. Number 8, Wicked Halo, was first. Number 5, Fingal's Cave, second. The 9, Midnight Stroll, third. And the 7, Freedom Speaks, was fourth. 8-5, 9-7, unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's featured 9th race. 8597, the official results. The official winner of the 24th running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2, number 8, Wicked Halo. Owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell. Bred in Kentucky by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC. Trained by Steve Asmussen. Ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. Wicked Halo, 3-year-old filly by Gun Runner out of Just Wicked by Tappet. As these connections take the 2 stakes on the card here today, Gun Runner siring both of those stakes winners. 1 minute, 24.3 seconds for the 7 furlongs. Trophy presentation up next. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Mr. Blake Carlson, General Manager, Lexus of Lexington, presenting to the connections of number 8, Wicked Halo.
The Gunrunner dynasty descends on Keeneland, as this time it's Wicked Halo taking the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run for Steve Asmussen, and once again Tyler Gaffalione. Was that just a carbon copy of what you did earlier today with Gnight?
Definitely seemed that way. She did everything very easily. I'm just so thankful I was able to get the opportunity to kind of steer him around there. It was a lot of fun today.
Well done, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
Steve, what else can be said about this first crop of gun runners and moving forward with these types of performances that we saw here today with Gnight and now Wicked Halo?
Well, it's extremely special. Their level of ability is obvious, but the fact that they thrive with racing and have continued to get better is so rare.
What about this filly has gotten better over the course of her career?
Right. She just, I think her and Gnight are very similar in the fact that they've accepted their job and continuously gotten faster, which, you know, obviously very sound horses and great homebreds for Winchell. Very fortunate to have them.
Same question. Breeders' Cup on the table for this filly?
Yes, it is.
We look forward to that decision to be made, and we look forward to the dynasty continuing of Gun Runner. This time, Wicked Halo, Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run on her CV.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet. In the 10th race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez is the jockey. And contrary to the program, the 12 Pancake House is a gelding.
race number 10, 13 minutes to post, our Saturday nightcap, and we'll close it out with a turf event. Also closes out not only late pick 5, pick 6, late pick 4, but the all-turf pick 3, a mile and an eighth on the turf. Push button is 2-1 right now. Solid debut, like that debut enough to make him my top selection. Blinkers go on. I think that the added distance will be a positive move for this Bodemeister gelding.
And getting away from the rail post position as well. Added distance, I think, will certainly help. And the fact that the blinkers do come on. This horse, I thought he ran just fine in his debut, but sometimes experience is key, and that is all it takes for them to take another step forward. And I see that might be the case with the 7 push button. I agree with you. He's my top pick as well.
Pancake House, the 12, is getting some attention. 5-1 for Tom Drury Jr. Maccabee Farm, Maccabee homebred, son of McLean's Music. He's a gelding. Make note of that in your past performances. But here's a horse that gets some more distance to work with, and I think that similar type of look to his form in his races to the favorite. The added distance should not be an issue.
He's a big, good-looking horse, at least from what I see from him walking around in the paddock. But, I think the question is whether or not he's going to be truly fit coming in off that layoff. He only has a couple of works, at least on the page, but we haven't seen him since late May, so this is a pretty hefty layoff.
Let's go to Mount Kisco, the 4, bigger price, 32-1 on the Arrogate Colts. He's adding distance. He's got the pedigree. He's got pedigree, stamina pedigree, top and bottom. So they finally get away from those one-turn races and now go 2 turns. So we'll see if Jessica Howell will be able to unlock something with this colt with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle.
This is going to be a true test. Not often do you see horses have to go from sprint distances to the mile and an eighth, and it kind of makes you wonder why now decide to stretch out to the 2 turns. But we'll see. I think he'll be on the lead.
Karoom is the 1, 14-1 for Wayne Catalano and Julian Leperoux, who will team up. Now, here's an interesting stat for you. Wayne Catalano, overall first-time starters, 5%. But when he debuts a horse on turf, debut turf, 14%. So better in these scenarios. For those of you that buy into the situational stats, looking at that for particular barns, 15-1 might be worth a look, and he's got the pedigree to go all day long.
Yeah, I saw that, Scott, and I think at a price maybe worth a wager to throw into the mix here. He's the son of Flincher out of an El Prado mare, so he's bred top and bottom to handle definitely this distance and surface. We'll see what he can do, as he is a big horse in the paddock right now. He's 15-1, but a wide open field, I think. Scott, you and I both agree on the 7, and I do really like the 7, but outside of him, it could really be anybody.
It's a beautiful sunset here on the front side. Make your way out for this nightcap race 10 Saturday card, Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stonehaven Steadings. This race at 1 1/8 over the firm turf, rail at 20 feet. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 10, Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez. 10 Shannon Run, Albin Jimenez is the jockey. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 12, Pancake House is a gelding. Post time in 3 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses on the track as we are 1 minute out from the 10th and final race. And here's a look at the number 7, Push Button. He's just a big, strong, good-looking horse. You can see him kind of seesawing on the track right now, just having a lot of confidence. And he is also very big in size, which I think can tell you something about his fitness coming into today. I think he got a lot out of that debut race. Maybe he wasn't perfectly fit for that first one, as he showed a little bit of a middle move and then kind of was swallowed up a little bit coming down the stretch to finish 5th that day. But he was only defeated by a little over a length. Today he gets the blinkers on, and the blinkers on I think have made him very, very sharp. The number 6, Good Soldier, is another horse that I was taking a look at. He's getting a strong warm-up right now, actually kind of running off with Tyler Gaffleone kind of tossing his head right now. But the pieces are all there. This horse looks very, very fit. I hope Tyler can get him to settle down and pulled out. We don't want to waste too much energy before this 1 1/8 race. And then finally, a big long shot, as one of the outriders actually had to catch him. But finally, a big long shot, the number 8, Graze the Boy. This horse stretched out a little bit to 6.5 furlongs last time out. They've tried to stretch him out before in the past to no avail, but on the dirt at 1 1/16. I just have a feeling this horse is going to outrun his odds. If you're looking at maybe a superfecta or something, he just has his build, his stature. He definitely looks like this might be preferred for him, going a distance of ground on the turf. who knows? I think this is a very competitive race outside of the logical horses in here. And the logical horse is, of course, the 7 at 9-5. We'll see how it all plays out as we are nearing post time for race 10.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stonehaven Steadings. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lola's Bow along with Mount Kisco. Here's Push Button out toward the center of the course now moving forward. Here's Push Button moving up to challenge Mount Kisco for the early lead. Shogun Warrior there. Graze the Boy also up close to the early pace as they head for the first turn. Pancake House will settle back off of it from 5th position, a couple of lanes off the rail at the entrance to the turn. And then Good Soldier 6th back toward the inside. Inbound 3 lanes off the rail in 7th as they head into the first turn. Monjeed moves up in 8th. Shannon Run 9th. A break of 5 more lengths then back to Lola's Bow, who settles back to the back of the pack in 10th. Timo is 11th on the outside of that one, and Karoom is last to the 12. The opening quarter went in 22.52 seconds. Onto the backstretch, Shogun Warrior moves up on the outside for the lead. Shogun Warrior leads it by just a neck. Mount Kisco is second down toward the inside. Push Button goes third, 2 lengths off the lead. And then Pancake House is fourth back toward the rail. Graze the Boy is fifth out in the center of the course. Good Soldier sixth in between horses, nearly 5 from the front, though. Inbound, Shannon Run on the outside. Mongine back toward the rail, followed by Timo, Lola's Bow. Karoom is at the back. It was 48.1 seconds for the first half mile. Mount Kisco and Shogun Warrior, they are the top two. Mount Kisco leads it, and Push Button is third up on the outside. Graze the Boy out in the center of the course around the far turn. In fourth, Good Soldier is in behind horses and in between horses in the fifth position, 3 lengths off the lead. Pancake House hugs the rail all the way around the far turn, moves up from sixth into fourth. Monjid is in behind that one. Top of the lane, Shogun Warrior, Mount Kisco, Push Button on their outside. Monjid down toward the rail. Pancake House needs room. Good Soldier is there. A late run from inbound on the far outside. Shogun Warrior, Push Button go 1-2. Monjid is in tight down toward the rail. Shogun Warrior, Monjid is trying to find running room in deep stretch. Shogun Warrior is in front though. Shogun Warrior chased by Monjid. Shogun Warrior wins it. Monjid second. Push Button third. Multiple horse photo to separate fourth and fifth.
Shogun Warrior for Byron Hughes gets the victory in the nightcap, stays down to the inside, shifts to the inside. They're trying to come to him. There's some contact between a few of these horses. The favorite starts to lean in at this point in time, affecting some of those runners back behind him, but the 11 was down in the clear and kept on going.
Down in the clear, that made all the difference, Scott. There was a lot of trouble going into the first turn, a couple of horses having some trouble trips even coming down the stretch, but the 11 went to the front end and it was all said and done from there. We have a pretty nice exacta there to close out this afternoon. The 11 at 7-1 over the 2 at 13-1.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 11, Shogun Warrior, finished first. Number 2, Monjid, was second. Number 7, Push Button, was third. Number 5, Timo, was fourth. Number 6, Good Soldier, was fifth. 11-2-7-5-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Stonehaven Steadings number 11 Shogun Warrior. Owned by Maple Lane Farm of Steve and Denise Conboy, trained by Byron Hughes. Farron Peterson is the jockey. Shogun Warrior, 4-year-old gelded son of First Samurai out of Daydream by Rockport Harbor. Bred in Kentucky by Steve Conboy and Robert Courtney. 9 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 50.27 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Stonehaven Steadings Trophy presentation to the connections of number 11, Shogun Warrior. Objection sign posted on the board at Keeneland. Claim of foul by the rider of the 12 Pancake House against the unofficial runner-up. Number 2, Monjid, alleging interference in the stretch. Right now, the head-on view being shown on the television monitors and video boards. Objection sign has been posted. Rider of the 12 Pancake House, claim of foul against the unofficial runner-up, number 2, Monjid. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul pending. No change. No change. The result will stand as is. 11-2-7-5-6. That result stands. Results are official for Keeneland's 10th race. 11-2-7-5-6 official. Pick 6 at Keeneland pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 tomorrow. Post time 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Lexus, thank you and good evening.